Welcome to Paranormal M, where spine-chilling tales take center stage. Subscribe and hit notifications to stay updated on our haunting episodes. Get ready to be captivated by the mysterious. I think my grandma was saying that she's here with me through music. The most unexplainable thing happened to me yesterday. I'm sitting at work with my headphones in listening to a podcast. I'm not on my phone at all. It's away from me, so I'm listening to a podcast and suddenly a song I immediately recognize starts playing. It's not in the podcast, as if they started to play the song. My phone completely turned it off and started playing a song called River Flows In You by Llorona. This is the song we played at my grandma's funeral. I've not once listened to this song since that day because I can't handle it. I opened my phone and it was open to Spotify. I turned it off. Turned the podcast on and it kept shutting my podcast off and turning it back on. This happened 3 times. It's very unexplainable and sounds fake, I know. I'm not logged into Spotify anywhere else to my knowledge, and I have no idea how somebody else could be doing this on my phone. It's a few days after the anniversary of my grandma's passing, 7 years ago, and the coincidence is just too much. Take this how you will, I suppose. It didn't really scare me is the thing, it made me feel like she's here. And of course it's technology, and maybe somehow somebody maybe near me was trying to play the song and it just played on mine. I don't know. Just truly one of the craziest things that has ever happened to me. I can't explain it. I've been thinking about her so much lately the last few weeks because I'm always reminded of her this time of year. It was like she was telling me that she was thinking of me too. We were attacked by a red-eyed demon. First of all, not native English speaker, so bear with me. I was born and raised in western part of Serbia, which is most famous for vast forests. So not much happening here, a really calm place. This might be kind of tough to write, and I still don't know how to cope with stress. At the moment, I was 18 years old, and I was pretty laid back. You know, that kind of dude who says, no way that shit's gonna happen to me. But I guess it did. I was still in high school, and to get to the school village, kids had to take a bus to travel for around 20 kilometers to the nearest town. This was my route, which I took daily. I did this with my younger brother and a bunch of friends from nearby places. Our classes would start around 8 a.m. and finish more or less around 17 or 18 p.m. After that, we'd have free time to roam around town and do whatever because our last bus was around 22. It was almost summer. It was hot as hell. I wanted to get the fuck out of town as fast as possible. My little brother was like a dog in heat, so he wanted to chase around girls, and as always, I let him be, and I tell him not to be late for the last bus. Damn, it's 21:55 and I'm waiting alone on the station, building up an uneasy feeling that something is wrong. Smoking one after another, my thoughts are in a mess when I see this fool strolling down the street with one of his friends. We take the bus, but uneasy feeling won't go away. We're almost alone when our bus breaks down, and I try to stay calm, thinking to myself it's not a big deal. We have like 3 kilometers to walk. We get off and start walking, and to our right is a big-ass river called Virgina. To our right is the mountains. Both to your right. There's one main road and one railway, and there isn't any street lamps or something similar. It's pitch black, and you can only hear a river running, a few cars passing by, so those two turns on light on their phones and start fooling around, talking, enjoying themselves. So, we're halfway through when stuff becomes creepy as fuck. Suddenly, I don't hear anything, no river, no cars, just those two talking. Darkness becomes more intense, if that's even possible. Feels like I'm being eaten by it. Hair in my arm is up, only feeling I have at the moment is pure, absolute fear. That kind of fear when your life is in danger. Dread is taking me over and I'm thinking, run, move your legs, just fucking run. But I can't make another step. My eyes are fixated on the railway. I see two red bulbs coming at fast speed towards us. Oh God, please be a train, please. It's going through my mind. It's going past us and I catch it with the corner of my eye. It looks like a normal human, just all black, like it was covered in darkness. I could sense evil intent coming from it. Suddenly it stopped. That thing was 10 meters behind us and our eyes met for 2 seconds. I can swear to God that I saw the most sinister smile that shook my soul to the roots. I yelled with my voice cracking from fear, "Run and don't look back, just don't look back." And at that moment, our friend turned back. You could see terror on his face and somehow I knew he was gone. He couldn't move an inch, he just stood there. Picked him up like a child and started running. I was yelling, "Just fucking run." As I pushed my brother, I was slow, carrying a full-ass grown man when that thing grabbed my backpack. I was frozen in place, can't make another step. That was insane to me. I'm around 6'3" and 220. I can't take more than one step. I knew I was done. I heard clearly my backpack was ripped apart, could also feel pain like something slashing my back with a knife. My arms were slashed too. They felt numb and I couldn't hold my friend anymore. He hit the ground. I saw my brother crying, or at least I could sense it. Damn, what a shitty way to go. I didn't even get laid yet. I wish Pops was here. He'd know what to do. Our father passed not too long ago, and it hit us pretty hard. I felt a sudden tap on my shoulder, and it was warm. It was sort of a familiar tap that Father always gave me. I knew it was his enormous hand touching me, and no one to really tell me otherwise. I extended my hand. "Pops, hey Pops." Tears were rushing down my face, dripping on my hand, and the pain went away, and darkness went away. Dread went away. I could hear the river again. I could move again, and I made a few steps toward my brother, and I collapsed, and my mind just went blank. I woke up in a hospital, and I saw my mom and my brother were there. Mom was crying, and brother just stood there looking at me. The best way to describe it was with soulless eyes. Then it hit me in that instant what happened. I passed out again. When I woke up the next time, there were a few doctors in a room, and I was just being silent looking at them. Then questions came. What happened? Do I remember anything? As I tried to push myself to a sitting position in bed, I felt a sharp pain in my back. I just asked them, is the pain in my back okay? And they said there were some minor scratches from fall. I was in disbelief. They're insane. I knew what I felt. I knew how painful it was. When I looked at my arms, there were some scratches, but they didn't seem that bad. After that, they told me I need to go to a psychiatrist. Oh, I see. They think that I hurt myself. No way. But if I told them what happened, I'd be locked down, no doubt in my mind. So long story short, I played the dumb card. I told them that I'll only remember passing out, and that's it. After that, nothing was the same. Talked with my little brother afterward, and we both saw it, but later he went into denial and blocked all of it. He was carefree, just chasing chicks again, and I was so happy about it, but if I forget all shit that happened to me, I think I'll forget that warm hand that saved me. And no way I can do that. I was in a really bad place mentally after that. But not bad as our friend. He stopped talking, going to school, and didn't even eat. After 1 month from that horrific incident, he committed suicide. Party house. This happened a few years ago. I rented an apartment in a quiet neighborhood. The Place was awesome, huge bedroom with a built-in desk that was perfect for my work. I checked the mailbox the first day and there was a little piece of paper where my name would eventually go that said deceased. So I assume whoever lived there before passed away. It did freak me out, but I was like, whatever. Probably didn't even for at the place, you know. I do not know what you mean. So a couple of months go by without an incident, and then out of nowhere I started having these dreams about being in the same apartment bedroom, but there was a party. There were lots of people I didn't know. The smell of cigarettes was strong, and there was a lot of laughter and conversation. And in general, clinking of glass sounds and similar sounds. The interesting thing is, at the time I had this dream, what would wake me up was the smell of smoke. I would still hear the other noises while waking up for a good 20 or 30 seconds. Never had any paranormal experiences, and I'm not sure this was either, but it happened so frequently. Always the same scene. So one time in my dream I asked, "What do you want from me?" One of the people at the quote-unquote party turned around and said, "Well, we need your help to communicate with our loved ones." I remember being super freaked out that he turned and talked to me and acknowledged me, so I quickly screamed, I can't help you at all. Please stop showing me this dream over and over." Then everyone in the room stops talking and looks at me with disapproval. The man said, "I'm very disappointed. I thought you'd help us. We won't bother you again." I never smelled smoke again or heard those noises while waking up or even really dreaming about it again. Was that just me being paranoid and my mind playing tricks, or can somebody tell me something else? This was also the same place where I've had my only 3 experiences of night terrors. Never in my life and never since then, but it happened a lot later than this dream. This dream happened pretty much within a couple of months of me moving in. A third camper. Me and my best friend were camping. He's relatively new to the hobby, so he's been tagging along with me as I've plenty of experience camping and solo backpacking. I took him to a beginner-friendly backcountry camping site that I've gone to dozens of times with various friends. It's important to note I've never stayed overnight there alone. It was a quick 2-nighter, and we got incredibly lazy the second night and didn't walk to the garbage to the car. Instead of leaving it out for about 5 hours, I just went to sleep. I had to be out of the campgrounds by 6:30 for work. We slept in separate tents next to each other because of my early dismissal. I jump up out of my sleep at 5 a.m. to footsteps going past my tent, left to right. I listened closely to try to identify what animal it could be, but it sounded very human. I flashed my light outside my tent, and as quick as I beamed my light and walked, I stopped. Panned to my light, and I saw nothing. More importantly, I heard nothing. No scurrying away or running, just pure silence besides crickets. Obviously startled, I lay awake on my phone, refusing to go back to sleep. Roughly 10 minutes later, I hear something going through the garage. Odd, as the garage was on the left of my tent, but never heard any other walking outside. Whatever was going through the trash was ferociously looking through it, not like an animal skimming the top and working his way down. I flash my light again and I yell out, "Hey!" Again, silence. No running away, no nothing. I stayed sitting up with my light beamed outside the entire time. I don't alert my friend because although I'm pretty creeped out, it could just be a skunk or a raccoon. At first daylight, I jump out of my tent, go straight to the garbage to put everything back in. Untouched. It was exactly the way we left it. I'm frustrated, truly. I feel like my mind's playing tricks on me and I just want to pack up, leave, and give my friend the heads up of possible animals in the area before departing. As I'm packing up, I hear the car doors open and close twice. Located roughly 40 or 50 yards away behind a heavy tree line, my fight or flight response kicks in. At this point, I'm convinced somebody's fucking with us. So, I choose to fight. I grab my axe and I head over to the cars. When maybe 15 yards out, I round a corner and I see my best friend walking toward me. What the hell are you doing here? I fell asleep in the car. Were you walking around the campsite an hour ago? No, I've been in the car the whole night. You were still at the campfire when I called it at night. When did you go to the car? Truthfully, I can't remember. It was at that moment the realization came over me that I was at a campsite entirely alone, being tormented by something I couldn't see or identify. A sudden chill coursed throughout my entire body. I told my friend I would explain everything later, but please pack your shit and leave with me. I went to bed back home with a nightlight on for 5 nights. I'm just now able to tell the story. I've been camping 30 or 40 times and solo backpacking 8 to 10, and never in my life have I ever experienced a night like I did that night. How not to deal with a demon in your back room. To clarify, my house wasn't always haunted. Not sure how, but I believe that I somehow invited something to live with us. I should mention that there is more than one entity, for want of a better word, that lives in our house. I'm completely sure how many there are, but I know that there's at least one of them, and one of them is friendly while another one's not. It was probably my 10th birthday. It was the first sleepover I ever had, and I was beyond excited. I used to think that things that happened to me were just my imagination, but lately I've been realizing how real this actually is. My 2 friends, F1 and F2, and I would be sleeping in the back room. We were above the garage, and that room has always felt wrong to me. I've hated it since I can remember, even before it was haunted. I think it's because that was the room I'd be locked into from time to time, but that's beside the point. I was finishing setting up the room when I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was unusually cold. It was weird. As if it were there, but not there at the same time. It felt wrong. I looked up expecting for it to be my father, but it wasn't. There wasn't anyone there. Creepy, but not unusual, so I shrugged it off. I had better things to think about, like the sleepover. The doorbell went off, so I took my little self down the stairs to answer the door. My friends came upstairs and nothing else happened for a while. Until about midnight. That's when things went downhill. You know that feeling when water droplets roll down your back? Imagine that, but cold and not wet. And it feels sharp. Something terrifying that you feel but can't explain. Imagine that, and then multiply the effects to your whole body. That's what we all woke up to at about 12:05. It was terrifying. It was the first time that had happened to me. Much more used to it now. We decided to just not sleep and have all the lights on. Then the water dispenser that you wet your hands with in the toilet, I forgot the name of it, the sink, it turned on to the highest degree. Forgot another word, I hope you can still understand. No one wanted to go into the toilet to turn it off. We were all just freaking out, and it wasn't just that it turned on, but that it was pretty much right after we woke up to the weird feeling. But whatever, right? Not like it can get much worse, right? Wrong. Very, very wrong. Have you ever had a demon accidentally be trapped in your back room when you were a child because you were lonely? Specifically in a giant dog doll that has clothes and huge dead eyes. Just me? Okay, good to know. Sorry, I'm just trying to make this more lighthearted, otherwise I might cry. So, a day or so after, my stupid self decided it'd be a good idea to go check it out, alone, with no one else home. Yep, dumb, I know. But I brought a Bible, so I thought I was safe enough. I remember standing by the door, hugging the Bible close to my chest, keeping in mind I was just about 10. I had no idea what I was doing. The dog doll was sitting up straight on the bed against the headboard. And 2 seconds after I looked at it, the doll just randomly slumped over onto its front. The only way that would happen would be if someone or something pushed it over. I'm an idiot, and was also 10 at the time, so never really thought, or rather that thought never really did cross my mind. I continued onward. Then the doll flew across the room, hitting the opposite wall. This doll was the same height as the small child. There's no way that the wind blew it. I screamed, bolted out of the room. Door slammed behind me. I would have told my parents, but I knew that they wouldn't believe me. I used to always tell stories so that my parents would notice me for more than 2 seconds. So whether it was true or not, they would never really believe me. And this info will be important later. Now my father started sleeping in the back room at that point. My parents haven't slept in that same bed since after my 10th birthday. Also important. For years, my parents never experienced anything. Not as I did. What happened is something I'll never forget. My parents confused and probably scared, trying to keep calm so as not to worry my brother and me. My father had woken up with 3 scratches on his arm that had laid in the special spot that had once been home to a doll. We had no pets at the time, and there was nothing that could have done it, at least to everybody but me. It was forgotten, tossed aside, and just an accident that probably happened when my father was working. That night, I slept with my door slightly open as it was hot and we didn't have aircon. I bet you can see where this is going. Looking back on it now, it's even more disturbing. The shadow that appeared at my door didn't spook me at all that much back then. But that same figure would come back to haunt me years later in the form of a man who broke into my hotel room when I was 14. Which is so weird to think about now. That thing had somehow found out about someone who I had met 4 years later. I only found out what that man's features actually looked like later on in life. But at that point, all I could see was a man with no hair, beer belly, quite short, and slightly bent like an older person. Encounter with a Mexican urban legend. This happened years ago, but I still remember it as clear as day, and everyone I tell seems to be skeptical about it. It's going to be a bit long, so sorry about that. When I was younger and everything wasn't as bad in the world as it is now, my family used to take family vacations driving all the way to New Mexico. We'd drive a long-ass way to the Mexican border and stop in Texas at this government building that allowed us to exchange American currency to Mexican pesos. Regular Mexico. This building is, or was, don't know if it's still there or not, situated right next to the Rio Grande, that river that divides America and Mexico. Underneath this busy bridge and expressway. So, when we arrived at this building, my parents asked my brother and I if we wanted to go to them, but they were like, nah, we're good. So they left, and it was me and my brother in this van, in this parking lot, and the only light being from the moon and the lights on the building next to this big-ass river in the middle of the night. So while we're waiting for our parents, my brother and I decided to make ourselves sandwiches from the cooler that we had stocked with sandwiches, making supplies, and breads and ham and such. We're just chilling being fat when all of a sudden I noticed everything getting eerily quiet. Like no noise at all, no sound from the river, no sound of the cars that had been passing above us. No noise anywhere except us moving. Then came the crying. I heard it at first, and I told my brother about it, and I was like, hey, do you hear somebody crying? So he stops moving, and we both just listen for a bit. Then we hear it again. A perfectly clear sound of a woman just wailing. I remember my brother just turning completely pale, and he whispers, La Llorona. So I'm like, what? Next thing I know, this asshole just jumps out and starts sprinting toward the building. Seeing him panic and run, I jump out and start running after him. The whole time I'm running, I have this terrible feeling of dread. Meanwhile, the crying's getting louder and closer. Then, when I was running, it felt like it was right behind me. My brother made it to the building first and went in super quick, and as for me, I made it to the building but stopped underneath one of the lamps hanging off a wall and looked back at the parking lot. To this day, and even now as I type this, I get really bad chills. When I looked back, I saw something staring right back at me. There was this feeling like a pure hate in the shadow of these two big Jeep-looking vehicles. After a bit, I turned and left, and soon after, all the noise in the vicinity came back. I don't know what that was, or if I came close to meeting a real legend, but truth be told, I wouldn't want to have another encounter with whatever that was. I told my parents, and they don't believe me. They think I imagined something. I know what I saw, or sort of at least, and it's up to you if you believe me or not. For those that don't know, La Llorona is an urban legend about a woman who drowned her kids and was punished by God to roam the earth until she finds their remains and brings them back or something. She's known to roam near bodies of water, particularly rivers, and is known for her distinct loud crying and moaning. Anyone else have a crazy shit happen to them in the Edinburgh vaults? This happened years ago, October, maybe November of 2011. That's when I was living in London and working as a study abroad advisor for American college students. It's been on my mind a lot recently. Every semester at the program I worked at, there's an optional trip to Scotland that starts and ends with a night in Edinburgh. There's a tour of the Highlands in between. A couple of students wanted to do the walking tour of the haunted vaults. I used the quotation marks because that's how I felt at the time, like, sure, haunted. Yeah, right. I told the students when to meet outside of the hostel if they wanted to join, and was surprised when nearly every single one of them came down. It was around 30 or 40 altogether. Most of the tour was interesting, but because of the history. But I thought the ghost stories and the haunted aspect to it were pretty gimmicky as the tour guide took us through 3 of the underground vaults. But the students were having fun, and, well, I was just glad that they weren't getting too drunk at the hostel and embarrassing me, so I was happy. The guide started talking about this entity that lives in the 3rd vault. No one really knows what this thing looks like. There are a lot of reported ghost sightings, but the entity's different. Only that there are several stories of people leaving the vault and finding scratches on their bodies. 2 Canadian tourists apparently left the vaults covered in scratches. There is a handful of other stories, and then one creepy story the guide told where a woman took her younger daughter on the tour. When the flashlight went out on the 3rd vault, the mother realized the daughter had moved all the way across the room. The daughter said somebody with 3 fingers grabbed her hand and walked her there. When I was there with the students and other tourists, the vault was super cold. The guide's flashlight went out. It was spooky because that's a spooky-ass setting, but again, I thought it was sort of a cheesy tourist trap. We finished the tour, and I went back to my room to Skype with my stepdad, a history professor. Wanted to tell him all about all the cool things I'd seen. After our call, I went to change into my PJs, and as I took my pants off, I noticed 3 long, perfectly straight scratches that basically wrapped from just above my knee up to my thigh around toward my butt. They looked like a cat or kitten scratch. Hadn't felt a single damn thing when I was on that tour. It scared the shit out of me. I called a best friend in London and made her go on Skype to see them. Then I went down to where the students were hanging out and asked a couple of the girls if I'd become closer to come look at the bathroom. I felt like I was going crazy, and a couple of them saw the scratches and were like, nope, 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 bye bitch, I'm out of here. A little bit later, one of the male students came up to me and was like, hey, me too. He had 3 scratches behind one of his ears. That seems like an easy place to scratch yourself. The story of an only child. Things seemed to start when I was 8. By the age of 8, I believed there was good and evil, both physical and beyond. Both of my parents were police officers and worked chaotic schedules. So I was home a lot, and I was an only child. I was sleeping on the couch, and I woke up to a snap. Hey! It said it in a whisper. I opened my eyes, already a little scared that, what I just heard, and I actually heard it again. Hey! It said it louder this time. Another time, I was watching TV downstairs and saw my dog looking up at the balcony as if she was watching something. Like she was watching something move. And the super loud, glass-shattering noise shook the house. Got my phone, called my mom because I knew it wasn't a robber breaking in, but I needed to talk to someone. I started having vivid nightmares that were specifically paranormal or demonic. For almost 3 years, I would wake up every night at 2 a.m. from a nightmare and throw up until around 4. My doctor finally found a solution and prescribed me liquid Zantac, which reduced my vomiting. I became terrified to sleep. I could no longer sleep with my mother and her new husband. Every time I had a nightmare, it kept me aware that I wasn't alone. Demonic in nature, my dreams were pure evil, and inflicted a lot of trauma on my young psyche. I'd been eaten by Satan and by other things. I got used to being tortured in my dreams, knowing that I would wake up eventually. But I was always scared that I wouldn't wake up. I had a new dream. It prepared me every night and as they wrote, and my, did they express creativity. Made me feel abandoned and alone. The problem was that I had to go to school and act like last night didn't happen every day. I had twin stepsisters that would stay every other weekend. Bill's previous marriage. The forces that would be present, in many forms. One of the most terrifying forms was in the form of a woman much taller than me, and I just turned 11. I woke up to a really loud bang on my ceiling. My stepsister's room was above mine. I saw that the kitchen light was on because I slept downstairs right by the kitchen. I opened the door and I saw that my mother was strangely chopping carrots with her back turned toward me. I asked her if she had heard the loud noise, and she turned around with dull eyes and a monotone voice and said, "No, honey, I didn't hear anything." I knew it wasn't my mom, but I had to pretend like everything was normal or else she'd turn into God knows what. I proceeded to the stairs, but all the switches to the lights were absent, of course. As I turned the corner going up the stairs, I could see my stepsister's bedroom light was on. Their door was slightly cracked open. I heard giggling and crashing plastic teacups and pots. My stepsisters used to have a little tea party with each other. I slowly opened the door and I saw a woman in a white dress sitting Indian style with her back facing me. I knew she knew I was there, but she kept playing and giggling to herself, so I asked her, "Hello?" She didn't respond, and she kept on playing with the teacups and giggling. I asked her again, "Hello?" but she ignored me once more. Finally, I raised my foot to her back and shouted. I said, "Hello," while pushing her. She stopped giggling and playing with the teacups and fell silent. Without using her hand, she got up from her Indian-style position and slowly walked backward toward me. I was paralyzed. She waited for a few seconds while facing away from me and turned in the blink of an eye and said, "Do you want to play with me?" With sort of an evil grin. Her face was a rotten pale green and ripped up from what looked like blades. Ice ran through my body. I was immediately freed from my paralysis as like a big breath was squeezed out of my lungs. I felt her fingers on my neck as I ran down the stairs, unable to breathe. Bang! Woke up to the same noise that my dream started with. Sounded like a 15-pound bowling ball hitting the floor. I was home alone again and kept my covers over my head for 2 hours until sunrise. My childhood consisted of these experiences nightly, and it was sad. I wouldn't want another kid to go through that, but if I went through, well, there's at least one more who did or will or is. I stayed at my friends' houses as much as I could and was obsessed with sleepovers because I felt way safer. And I'm 25 now, and my nightmares started to fade. But my experiences didn't. I've had dreams where I prevailed over the most disgusting and shameful spirits. And it was pretty much movie quality, unscripted, pure emotion and light bursting out of my body, climactic. Felt good to wake up after ones like those. This is the first time I've shared my childhood with anyone. We all come here and have different experiences to learn different things. Maybe one of my lessons was to learn what evil was and was not capable of. Haunted bathroom. So this just happened to me last week at work. There's a small common men's bathroom in the hallway on the same floor as my office. There's only one stall, one urinal, and the sink. When you first walk in, you have to turn to your left and the stall door is straight ahead. You walk past the sink on your left and the urinal is between the sink and the stall. It's not uncommon to walk in and find the stall occupied by someone, but that doesn't stop you from using the urinal. So I walked into the bathroom and I went to use the urinal. I noticed the stall door was slightly opened and no one was in it. I finished using the urinal and turned to my left to wash my hands. While washing my hands, movement out of my right side of my vision catches my attention. I turn to look, and I see the stall door slowly closing on its own from being fully opened. I just stared at it while it was just happening, and I started to think that my movement must have caused it to start closing. Then I remembered that when I walked in, it was already nearly closed. So while I was standing at the urinal, the stall door apparently completely opened itself, and while I was at the sink, it was closing itself. There was no one else in the small bathroom for sure. The main door makes a very distinct and loud sound both opening and closing. So I know nobody walked in behind me and walked out without me noticing. I can get if the door closed on its own from whatever it's predisposed to from this angle of the hinges, but couldn't figure out how it would have swung all the way open and shut again. One of those directions would be against gravity. There's no vents that blow air in there either. I've had other weird experiences in this building when I work alone at night. I told a coworker what had just happened when I returned because I found it interesting. I started to tell him some of the other odd experiences I would have at night, like footsteps in the hallway when no one's in the building, and other similar things. To my surprise, he also confirmed the same experiences when he worked alone in the building at night. So who knows what could be going on? Regardless, I find the experiences fascinating. Reoccurring whistles from my property. So my family has two houses that are right beside each other, maybe 200 yards away. They're surrounded by woods without any other neighbors around. My parents and I live on one, and my two brothers and their significant others live in the other. The first time I heard this whistling noise was around December of 2020. My girlfriend was living with me at the time, and we had gotten home from work at around 11 p.m. or so. Parked in the bottom driveway, so we had to walk through the yard to get to the front door. There was a few inches of snow on the ground, so our footsteps crunched as we walked. We made it halfway through the yard when we both stopped dead in our tracks. We looked at each other. She had heard the same thing I did. A whistle had come from the woods to the left of us. Not a whistle somebody would use to get your attention or something, but more of a rhythmic whistle. Didn't last very long, maybe 3 to 4 seconds max. We made it inside and just convinced ourselves it was some kind of wildlife to make ourselves feel better. cut to around 2 months later, and my girlfriend and I are still seniors in high school taking online classes. The whistle has become a bit of a joke to us, and I would always tell her the whistle was going to get us. Up to this point, there really wasn't any more experiences, so we didn't take it very seriously. The next whistle scared the hell out of both of us. We were nocturnal people, so we'd sit in the kitchen late at night and do schoolwork on our laptops. The basement steps are a few feet away from the kitchen table. So one particular night, we're sitting there typing away when we heard a whistle. This one was a little bit different. It was one single whistle, as if it was one note, and it rang out from the basement. We sat in silence for several minutes, then agreed to act like it didn't happen. Over the next year and a half or so, I personally haven't heard it since the basement whistle. My two brothers would claim a few whistle occurrences at the other end of the house, but I can't confirm nor deny, as, well, their experiences aren't mine. But just this week, I was up at around 2:30 a.m. sitting in my room with the house to myself. I was on my phone scrolling through Twitter when I heard the same single one-note whistle come from the living room this time. Perked my head up, accepted it as another whistle, and went back to minding my own business. Mind you both, my grandfather and my grandmother passed away in this house. I don't seem to recall them as rampant whistlers from my childhood, though I'm not so sure if this has anything to do with these events. Experience at work tonight. So, to preface, I currently work at a pretty famous and historic hotel in VA Beach. It's known for having quite a few stories surrounding it. I do the minibar and turn down there, which involves me being in empty rooms quite often. I've had a few interesting things happen so far. TVs turning on by themselves and doors closing. Telephone ringing randomly, for example. But what's happened earlier tonight really was something. I was doing my turn-down service, and I was on the second floor going from room 206. For turn-down, I knock on the door 3 times just to give the possible guest inside some time to get on the door. On the third knock, I scan my key card to let myself in, if no one comes to the door, so. As I open the door, I suddenly feels as if someone gently pulled the door open, like if they were letting someone in. From that moment, I had an odd feeling, but I did have to do my job, so I continued in. I called out a hello to make sure no one was in the room, looked around for any sign of a guest there. Sure enough, there was absolutely nothing in the room, no luggage or sign of anyone in the room. 4-hour turn-down service, which I've never heard of this service before in my life. We put down a plate of cookies on the desk under a lamp, and turn it on to sort of highlight it. Immediately after I do that, the desk lamp starts flickering wildly. I then say, in hindsight, probably wasn't the best idea to say, "Are you messing with me tonight?" as the lamp continues to flicker madly. I then go to turn down the blinds over a small chest of drawers, as a drawer slowly opens, and in that moment I felt a heaviness all over my body, along with a feeling of dread. I finished pulling the blinds down before straightening my back, still feeling that same sensation before going to say, "I'm just trying to do my job. I'm not here to bother you. I'm just about done. I'll be out in a moment. Please let me do my job." Wait for a few seconds before I feel the weight lift off some. I notice that the lamp is still flickering fast. Quickly turn on the TV as part of our turn-down service, and I turned on to the usual movies to watch in your hotel room. What it showed was a trailer for the movie Nope, the one by Jordan Peele. I quickly finished what I had to do in there and leave the room. I knew that my hotel was haunted, but this is the first I had a real personal experience. Just wanted to share because it's definitely something new to me. Shadowy figure in a voice that called my name. So, I work in healthcare, and the events in question took place yesterday during my night shift. One of the tasks I was given at the beginning of my shift was to clean 2 rooms of recently deceased residents as potential new residents were coming in to see the building. One of these rooms had been empty since March, the other for a little bit longer. I was initially quite uneasy about going into the more recently vacated room, but had no issues, completed my tasks, didn't feel in the slightest bit uneasy. The second room is directly across the hall. I've always found it to be a little bit eerie. Even before it lay vacant, I always found it to be a little bit dark and unsettling. Couldn't really ever put my finger on why. Other staff members have also said the room makes them a little bit uneasy, with one of my colleagues even stating that it still feels the residents there. So anyway, I go in, complete my cleaning, and I begin to leave. As I step out onto the long straight corridor, I hear what sounds like a male's voice very clearly call out my first name, which is a little odd in itself. Only my family refer to me by my full name, and literally everybody else just knows me by Rob. I look up and I see what can only be described as a black, almost wispy, smoky outline of a person standing right before me. I'm not 100% sure what I said, but I think I uttered some form of expletive and turned away. When I looked back, the figure had vanished. I stood frozen for what felt like ages, but must have only been a few seconds trying to rationalize what had just happened. I checked with the sleep-in member of staff and see if they'd called my name, perhaps. I thought that to be pretty unlikely, as they were already asleep and the voice was male, but she assured me that she hadn't said a thing. I finished what I was doing and didn't return to that section of the building. I've had a few paranormal experiences in my life and have always been quite flippant about them, just sort of brushing them off. But this one genuinely scared me. My hairs are standing on end just writing this and thinking about it. But even with that in mind, I didn't feel threatened. I was unnerved for sure, but I don't think whoever or whatever I saw wanted to cause me harm. Night shift in a nursing home. So, for around the last 8 or so years, I've worked in nursing care, mainly in different care facilities for elderly adults, which at times includes end-of-life care. We cared for a patient who was an ex-Army officer and Queen's Guard, a very tall, broad, larger-than-life individual. They were very proud of their service and still wore their Army-issued footwear to special events. Christ masses, birthdays, etc. After the deterioration in their health, they passed away. Their family came up to collect their belongings a few days before the funeral, but accidentally left the deceased patient's shoes behind. Her manager said that she'd keep them in her office for when they'd be able to collect them. Now, we were all fairly, quote-unquote, tuned in to the paranormal on night shift. I and pretty much all of my colleagues were all believers. Eventually, a new patient moves into this room. A few days after their arrival, they activate the help call at around 2 a.m. I respond to it, enter the room, which I find to be absolutely freezing. I switch the light on, and they're quite clearly distressed. I ask what the matter is, and they told me, "You must help, there was a huge man in here. He was in the corner and in my bathroom." I asked what he was looking for, and he said he wanted his shoes back. He just walked past as you came in. Now, it takes quite a lot to spook me, especially after some experiences I've had in the dead of night, but at that moment I felt the color drain from me. Tried to keep keep my head on for the sake of the patient. Reassure them that it was just a dream. When I was small, I met Mr. Gray. When I was a little girl, my family moved to a small town from the city. The place that we had lived before was dangerous and not ideal for raising a child. My parents purchased the property at the end of the road and moved in a double-wide trailer. But as I was a curious child, one thing was far more interesting to me. There was a dilapidated shack on the property. We didn't ask about it or tear it down. I would go inside sometimes, but if a yellow jacket nest or sticky spiderweb didn't deter me, a feeling of being watched did. I recall talking to my mother in the bathroom when I was maybe 5, something like that. We could smell sweet smoke. Neither of my parents smoked, and we never had guests, and I looked everywhere for a source to no avail. Months later, I was playing with one of the dogs near the shed. Her tail stopped wagging, and she froze in her tracks. I then saw what she did. An aged man in a gray suit with a thick mustache and a bowler cap was passing us, headed straight to the trailer. Smoke drifted from his pipe. "Hey," but my words were sort of cut off. I was going to tell him not to wake my mother and to come back later until I realized I could see through his legs. I was petrified. He then turned to me, tipped his hat in a rather gentlemanly greeting before dissipating into the mist and vanishing. That was the only time I saw him, but I would still occasionally smell the smoke of his pipe, feeling comforted by, what must have been a kindly spirit watching over my family. Aicha Kandicha, or whatever. I'm a 45-year-old Belgian guy, but my origins are 100% Moroccan. Although I always lived in Belgium, I used to spend most of my summer holidays in Morocco as a child while my mother remained in Belgium for work. At that time, my relatives in Morocco were farmers. They lived in the countryside at about 40 kilometers from Tangier, a very remote and poor place with no access to electricity or even roads that were made of dirt. No light, no radio, no TV, no toilets, no tap water, no nothing. Kerosene lamps, wells, and cob ovens were still the norm. My grandfather was mowing hay while my grandmother was taking care of the cattle, mostly a dozen of cows. They were helped by my uncles and aunts, who were in their late teenagers back then, so this was in the early 80s. That was pretty much their occupation at the time of the year. It was either that, cleaning the farms, welling up the water, baking the bread, cooking the evening meal, or praying for God. No leisure whatsoever. Being the only child on the farm, I was either getting in everyone's way or bored to death, as there really wasn't much to do, really. They were too busy trying to make ends meet for everybody, so even though they took really good care of me, there was no quality time. Like I couldn't expect it. The neighbors had many children I could have played with, but my family was overprotective. My mom wasn't around, and they felt like their main mission was to keep me safe more than to keep me entertained. It was another place and another time. A kid well-fed and secure was the only concern considering their situation. It was an achievement on its own. Besides, that's typically Moroccan. They were afraid of the evil eye, which is a curse believed to be cast by malevolent glares. And indeed, I was very noticeable. For whatever reason, and unlike my relatives, I had straight blonde hair, which is unusual. It's not really rare at all in that region. Pale skin, clothes very Western, made me look like a healthy Scandinavian kid compared to the kids around the country. They were poor and out of time, you wouldn't believe. There was something medieval to it, almost at a social level, and Mesopotamian, somehow, for pretty much everything else. It could very well have been 4000 BC. Okay, that is bold claims, sir. Therefore, they basically hid me and kept me in a bubble the whole time I was there. So all in all, I had nothing much to do on my own, at least, beyond the farm. It was pretty much off limits. Grandpa was too rough of a guy to hang out with. He didn't like kids. Or he didn't like me. I couldn't really tell. There was one thing I loved to do, though. Taking the cows to pasture at dawn and bringing them back at dusk with my grandma. It was her daily ordeal because each and every morning she desperately tried to sneak out while I was sleeping. But I knew better and almost never missed a day. However, the pastures were pretty far away from the farm, and my grandma had to carry me on her back for long distances as if I were half asleep half the time. And the rest of it, I pretty much, teased the cows way too much with sticks, and she'd always have a hard time keeping the herd together. That was because of me. But she never complained, God rest her soul. Once arrived at the pastures, I got to sort of hook some of the cows to the ground to prevent them from escaping. Each cow had its own rope around its neck, and the other end was attached to a rough and fat metal spike. All I had to do was to find some stone around that would be large and dense enough to firmly peg those spikes into the ground. That alone was fun enough to make my days. But one of those days, I was 7 years old at the time. We were at the pastures earlier than usual. So much that the sun was pretty much totally out yet. Whatever that means. The place was more remote and the land more rugged than usual, too. There were trees and big rocks all around, and Grandma put me in charge of finding a couple of stones in order to use as, to spike the pegs, or peg the spikes. Couldn't find any around me, so I had to search a little. After a few minutes looking down for some, I realized that I couldn't see my grandma or the cows anymore. But I knew she couldn't be very far. And suddenly, behind some big rocks in front of me, I saw a thing. It was definitely human-like, sort of. It was looking at me smiling. I just can't tell if its face was male or female. It was both and neither at the same time. It's not that I couldn't tell, it has more to do with the fact that the features of its face seemed to be constantly redefining themselves. I remembered clearly that it had pointy ears, and what scared the hell out of me, beyond its creepy smile, was its teeth. They were pointy too, and they looked like tiny ivory knives. But that wasn't just it. It had small horns on its forehead, backward goat paws instead of legs, and freaking hooves instead of feet. Its hair was short and wasn't anything like human hair. It was something between a filthy fur and horsehair. Awfully grotesque. Kind of sketchy even. But definitely nightmarish. I was so scared that I peed my shorts instantly. I screamed my lungs out and I began to run hectically as I couldn't remember where it came from. But whatever my speed and whatever my direction, that thing kept on appearing at each and every corner, behind a rock or a tree, totally still. It was as if it never moved, never had to catch up, and each time it appeared to me, its smile and its laughter kept growing, like it was feeding off of my fear, so much so that at the end it was just hideous. It was totally inhuman. That mouth ended up filling up half of its face and the teeth wouldn't stop growing. Felt like I was trapped in this maze. Suddenly I heard my grandma, who's been alarmed by my screams, and I ran toward her trying to explain to her what I saw. She remained calm and felt concerned, but I couldn't convince her to come and see what I saw. She said to me that there was nothing to be seen, that I was tired and probably imagining things because of the low light. I have no recollection of us coming back, though, except that she was praying out loud on her way home and that I was sleeping or, tripping on her back. I just remember her sick for 3 days at the farm afterwards. I stayed in bed as I was dizzy and vomiting, making very weird dreams, and totally fucked up my senses. Kinda hard to describe. The sense of touch, sight, smell were all the same thing at once. I was confused and delirious. Something that I kept having for all my childhood, at least twice a year since then, and no doctor never found out what it was. Until it ended it sort of by itself when I became a teenager. Anyway, I recall that my family looked very worried while I was sick. More than they should have. And more than they've ever been, even though they've seen me sick before. I remember that this was in a remote countryside. Morocco is a land of superstitions, witchcraft, and traditions, especially back then. So healers were a thing, and in fact, they were the only thing. Doctors weren't the first call back then. You were taken care of by a local healer who used potions made of plants, oils, spices, spit, animal feces, and other weird stuff that they made up while making some Islamic incantations and writing some dark shit on amulets. We're famously known for these practices, unfortunately. The reason I say this is that I recall a name that my family mentioned several times and I was in bed, which was something like Aicha Kandicha. To me, it felt like they were talking about a healer that they knew and they would call to take care of me. It wasn't the first time, and indeed that's what was happening. A very old healer came to my bed to fix me. Eventually, a few days later, I went better, and that was the end of that. When I talked about it to my relatives, they said that I was ill and that I hallucinated and that there was nothing to be worried about anymore. Since then, and up until now, that's all I could really get from them, except that I do know what I saw, that it was real, and that I became ill after the events. Before that, I was just fine. The weirdest thing that I know for sure, that I'll meet this thing again before I die. Why, you might ask? I don't know. But it's a certainty, I just know. Will it be the very day I die? I don't know, but I will see it again, and it's like this idea has been carved into my brain since that very day. But that's not it. A few years later, when I was about 12 years old, we visited a museum with my school in Belgium. And at some point, we happened to see that's a strange way to spell it, but I believe they mean a satyr on a painting. It struck me, because it was exactly what I saw 5 years earlier in the countryside. Except that what I saw was like a hermaphrodite, and way more evil. I know it's a Greek-Roman mythology, and that it's not even remotely related to Morocco, but that's what I saw anyway. And that was the first time I ever heard about ancient mythologies, so I couldn't have made that 5 years earlier. However, I didn't investigate further because there's nothing to investigate, really. A satyr in Morocco is too long of a stretch. Definitely something that at last validated what I saw with my own eyes, but it did remain sort of a dead end. However, the part that it's the most disturbing, though, is that, not so long ago, about 10 years ago at most, I stumbled upon the word Aicha Kandicha online. No way I could have forgotten that name. I read about it and I realized that my family hadn't actually been talking about the healer when they said that name back then. They referred to the Moroccan folklore. Indeed, Aicha Kandicha happens to actually be a mythological character, half witch, half jinn that seemed to be part of Moroccan culture, especially near Tangier. And it is documented as such. It's supposed to take the appearance of a woman in a remote land in order to seduce and kill men. The most interesting part is that she's described as having the legs of a hoofed animal, such as a goat or a camel, and this blew my mind. Couldn't have made this shit up 38 years ago. I can totally understand that people, especially kids, can make some memories of, but it's hard to make up something that you heard about 20 years later. And to me, it's more than a satyr or a witch. The fact that I got sick and confused chronically way later on and for years makes me believe that she's a succubus of some sort. I feel like she partially drained something out of me but couldn't complete her job entirely, and I know she'll eventually find me and finish whatever she started. The strangest thing is that I'm a rational guy to my bones. I don't believe in God or gods or superstitions or ghosts or anything like that. But I saw what I saw, and I can tell the difference between a hallucination and an actual encounter. It's been decades I haven't gone back to Morocco, and I would lie if I say it's not partially because of that. But I know I will come back sooner or later. I have unfinished family business there, so that will have to eventually be taken care of. The lady ghost demon that tormented my childhood. From 5 years old till 10 when we moved, there was a ghost demon lady that visited me every single night. I have so many stories of her coming into my room just staring at me, and it's not even funny. But I have a few that stain my memory the most. I'm now 25 years old with 2 daughters of my own, and I'm so paranoid that she'll somehow mess with my kids. I pray to God she doesn't, and I would cover my entire body with stuffed animals from head to toe, and I would plug my ears just so I couldn't fall asleep. It always happened the same. I'd be lying in bed with my light on, and because I couldn't sleep without my lamp. Didn't really help though, but I could see a little bit better. But as I'm laying there trying to fall asleep, everything would get extremely quiet. And that's when I knew she was coming. It would take about a minute before she got right up beside my bed, but once she was there, I knew it. I could feel it. I'd peek out from under my animals, see her standing and floating there, staring at me with a horrible face, pale, and I would freak. Run to my mom's and stepfather's room and jump into bed with my mom. Then I could fall asleep fine. Well, one night this routine played out. I cried and cried every night, begging my stepdad to let me keep my light on, and he finally caved like always. I was trying to sleep, and she slithered in, took off my mom's room, jumped into bed. Except this time my stepdad wasn't having it. Told me to go back to my room, and I completely broke down. My mom finally talked to him, letting me see him sleep on the floor next to my mom and the wall of the room. I laid down there holding my mom's hand that was hung off the side of the bed to comfort me, staring up at the ceiling, watching the fan rotate, when it suddenly got super quiet. I remember thinking, no way she can get me in here with Mom. If I held my mom's hand tight, then I saw her floating. Or rather, I seen her floating. Floating around the foot of my mother's bed, coming toward the side I was on. She always had a white nightgown on and long blonde hair. And she moved so silently it was sickening. I've never in my entire life so far been this terrified. I screamed and screamed, and my mother and stepfather jumped up asking what was wrong and what's wrong with you. All I could say was, she's trying to get me. She's trying to get me. My mom let me sleep in the bed that night, and I was fine. It's really hard to put into words how much torment this lady or thing put me through. I mean, I was constantly sleeping in school because I couldn't sleep at home. I would beg to stay the night at my aunt's house or my grandmother's. Even one time, she followed me to my aunt's house, and I ran outside and sat in the middle of the street until my aunt got home at 7 the next morning. It was horrible. Even today, 20 years later, I'm a grown-ass man with a family. And sometimes at night I lay awake thinking about her, worried to death that she might find me again. I've had panic attacks in the middle of the night dreaming about her. There's only 2 people in the world that even know about her beside me, and that's my wife and my mother. And now, whoever reads this horribly put-together story that I'm sure some won't believe, but for me it's the most real thing I've ever experienced. And by the way, this is just one of the times I really remember. There's about 10 that stick in my mind. Anyway, there it is. Did I get visited by a spirit? So I'm going to give a little bit of background information before I dive into what I experienced, which brought on this question. In May last year, a boy who I'd gone to primary school and high school with passed away after a particularly nasty infection spread from a cut in his foot and kind of shut down his body, basically. His death rocked the entire school, which he and I, along with many others who basically grew up with him, were very much affected by his sudden, somewhat unexpected death. I was especially sad over his passing, even though I hadn't really been that close to him. So I attended his funeral, spent a few weeks in kind of a numbed state trying to process his death. After this afternoon, I was asleep for a few hours before waking up to what felt like sleep paralysis. Except I could talk and hear myself saying things, but I couldn't move at all. There was a person sitting at the end of my bed, so I asked who they were, and they turned their head to look at me. It was the boy who had passed away. He and I spoke for a few moments about our school, my life. He gave me advice on a few things, and finally I asked what he was doing here. He replied with just checking in. I do that quite often to make sure everyone's okay. Before joking that it was easier for him to talk to people in this state than, it was in my state. Normally in my sleep paralysis, I always have a sense of dread and fear, but with this one I was very calm, and I felt as though it was a real conversation that I would have had with him. He was very kind and just sat there at the end of my bed playing with his shoelaces. After our conversation was over, he reached over and touched my hand and said to me, My time here with you is over, but I'll make sure to let you know if I come around again. I'll look out for you," which was one of the last things he said to me before he passed. Goodbye for now, before disappearing right in front of me. As soon as he had disappeared, I was able to move again and sit up in my bed. I didn't really wake up how I normally do with sleep paralysis. I just sat up and boom, I was awake. I'm a believer in the paranormal and believe there's a physical world and a spiritual world, which is where people pass on to when they die. I think that sometimes people's spirits get trapped in a sort of limbo between the two worlds, and that's when we, as beings who are alive, are able to see and communicate with beings who are spirits. I never heard of an experience quite like this one with sleep paralysis, and I believe that it's the spirit of the boy visiting and checking in on me. But could that be possible? Do some spirits manifest themselves in the way and just randomly pop in for visits and chats? Step into the eerie world of Paranormal M. Subscribe and activate notifications to keep up with our latest thrilling mysteries. Brace yourself for a journey into the unknown. The recent poltergeist activity that has been afflicting my family is getting harder to explain away. My father, sister, and I started a large construction job on my aunt's second home a year ago. We started out living in the house that we were working on, but have now decided that it's probably better to commute if possible. This is largely due to a number of paranormal occurrences that have made us quite paranoid about the place. When my father first arrived at the house, he took a look at the attic. He noted 3 old Art Deco tiles that were placed carefully on a window ledge. However, when I first had a look at the attic, I told him that the tiles were all laying face down on the floor. He said that nobody had been to the property and that he didn't move the tiles himself. There was also a dead starling on the floor, so I assumed that the poor thing had found its way into the attic, crashed into the window, died, and knocked the tiles over in the process. I was still a little bit creeped out by the attic, though, because there were copious amounts of dead wood lice scattered throughout the attic. Never once saw a living one in there. A week or so into the job, we began to notice our tools kept going missing and turning up in strange places. Our power tools were frequently being inexplicably unplugged. It was then that my father and sister began to suspect that there was a poltergeist. I thought they were just being paranoid. They decided to ask the neighbors about the previous occupants of the house. Turns out that the house was previously occupied by an elderly lady that had no living relatives and never spoke to anyone. She fell over, broke her hip in the conservatory. And 3 days later, she succumbed to dehydration. And at this point, I started to suspect that the house could be haunted. Wasn't sure, but I was keeping an open mind. Things started to get much, much weirder after that. Everything the lady had owned had been removed from the house when she died, with the exception of 2 objects. A metal pin depicting the Virgin Mary and an old moth-eaten bathrobe. I'll admit that this was in rather poor taste, but I would frequently put the bathrobe on to creep my sister out. Everybody found it funny, and I didn't really think anything of it. Later, I wished I hadn't done this. One night, my family and I were looking at the bathrobe and discussing it. It began to really creep me out, so I balled it up, hid it under some tools in the garage, and tried to pretend it didn't exist. The garage didn't have any lights, and nobody saw where I hid it. Hence, it was particularly alarming for me when I decided to go to sleep that night and found it laying in my bed. We left that night because my sister couldn't stop crying. There's no way that this could have been a prank. When we returned, the strange occurrences continued. I was awakened one night when a mirror on my bedside table somehow hit me in the head. My father took to wearing a crucifix and said that he saw it float from underneath his shirt and hit him in the eye. I was a little bit suspicious of this story, but his black eye did lend a little bit of credence to it. As the months passed, we experienced other strange things. We heard footsteps in the kitchen in the middle of the night. We smelled lavender at times when lavender wasn't in bloom. And none of us wear lavender oil or even anything resembling it, so it's very strange. We discovered a number of house centipedes in the property. This was strange because they're virtually unheard of in the UK, but it seemed to explain the dead wood lice I mentioned earlier. We woke one morning to find a line of dirt. It appeared across the threshold. We were so paranoid at this point that we immediately assumed it was some kind of protection spell, and it was only later that we realized that the wind had blown it under the front door. And at this point, we decided the best thing for our mental health would be to just minimize the amount of time we spent in the property, and at least commute when it was reasonable. It was quite far away, though. I haven't been to the property for a few days. There's been little to do, so I've just been at home taking a break from it all. I can't seem to get away from this shit, though. Yesterday, a picture of my father somehow fell from the wall. Hasn't been tampered with at all. The frame was in good condition, and so was the hook that was used to keep it up, and the glass is broken in the frame, which is kind of annoying. So, this led me to question if it was possible for a poltergeist, or whatever the hell this is, to follow someone to another location. Anybody have any thoughts regarding this? Can anybody offer a more reasonable explanation than this being a poltergeist? Any insight at all would be greatly appreciated. Strange things are happening. I am not alone. We live in a newer home that we had built. We moved in 2018. Ever since we moved in, I would hear things like footsteps or scratching. I would see what appeared to be shadows. It got to be as much as a forceful tap on my shoulder. This has gone on since we moved in, and I'm home most of the time by myself. My wife and daughter are gone during the school hours while I work from home. I have 2 dogs that mostly sleep all day and a dog bed behind me. And this means I should not hear anything occurring outside of the immediate room that I'm in, so... Recently, my daughter has said that she no longer feels safe alone in her room at night. Also in the basement. She's 9. We explained to her that there's nothing to be afraid of and that she has both dogs to keep her company at night. She replied that the dogs no longer feel safe either. That's a hard one to understand. So in the last 2 weeks or so, we moved her furniture upstairs. My office remains down there. However, since moving her room to the main floor, she claims to feel at ease and that she can sleep at night. One big thing, however, is now I feel somewhat terrified to work downstairs during the day. And that's kind of hard to explain. I feel like all day I'm being watched. I feel brushes of cold air when the fan or air conditioner are off. One of the dogs, Luna, came down the hall the other day and froze halfway. She got really low to the ground and basically crawled into the office. She had this terrified look about her. She looked like someone was yelling at her or about to hit her. For the record, we do not hit our dogs, but she just had that look like she was getting swatted. When she got to me, she was shaking. So I called for Daisy to come into the room, our other dog. She came down the hall and started to growl as she walked past the part where Luna had just been. She went quickly around the corner, turned around, her back to me. She stared down the hall. She was as stiff as a board and didn't move for several minutes, despite me calling her over and over again. And I managed to capture a full minute of stance. Creeped me out. Clearly, both dogs saw something that I could not see. This has played into some of my fears and makes me wonder if my daughter is not feeling safe anymore as being related to this. More so in the last few weeks, I've found lights on that should be off and others that are never on. And again, I'm the only one home. So something is happening or my mind's playing a trick on me. There have also been a few neighbors that have complained of issues lately. Things being moved, TVs turning on when no one's home, pets getting locked in rooms, or dogs and cats fixating on things that shouldn't be there. How can find out spiritual history of our land? I'm assuming you mean how can I? Well, the internet is your friend, is it not? It actually worked. Before we planned that evening, I did some research and found some descriptions of how to act and behave in these spooky sessions. One thing that I mentioned in almost all tutorials was that you have to be open-minded and not act at all pessimistic about it. And you also have to decide who's going to be the medium, the one who talks and asks questions. That happened to be me throughout the whole session. I don't want, and more importantly, can't get into full detail, because too much happened and I'm not a native English speaker, and it's or that easy to me. Proved that one. So, we came fully prepared, white candles. It was around 23:44 o'clock, the whole alphabet placed carefully around the wooden table, and me as the one who talks. When people ask me if I believe in paranormal stuff or if I believe in God and all that stuff, I always tell them no, but I'm not ruling it out. So we started and I began to ask questions. We were 4 persons, one was a really good friend of mine and the other 2 were girls with me who we hung out at the time. We all had one thing in common. We were interested in paranormal stuff and wondered if it would actually work. The one thing I've always asked was, is someone here? And after some time, the glass started slightly moving in a direction and the entity spelled gibberish stuff which made no sense. But even so, we were all fascinated by the fact that the glass moved. After some trial and error and another "is somebody here" question, the glass went to the piece of paper with the word yes on it. I asked it, "What's your name?" And the glass started to move to the letters P-E-T-E-R. Then I asked some questions, basic stuff. Nothing really important, and damn, it actually worked. I could ask something and the glass would move precisely to the letters and form whole sentences. And again, I didn't want to go into full detail. I'm not trying to convince people to believe me. I want to tell about the thing that happened about Peter, though. After some time and a lot of questions, it was around 2 in the morning by now, Peter suddenly stopped responding and I asked if he was still there, and the glass moved to no. I asked it who it is, and no joke, the glass started to move more aggressively and spelled out the word Satan. Found it very absurd, and the sentence, "Oh, shut up," left my mouth the second I finished saying this. The glass started to move rapidly to the letters B-E-Q-U-I-E-T-B-U-S-H. Be quiet, Bush. B-U-S-H. A brand of beer? Oh, for your information, my last name is Bush. I remember that I felt irritated, my homie also looked very shocked, and I started to think of things to ask it. I asked how my first day at new school will be, and the glass immediately started to move to, "Everyone will hate you." One thing that I forgot to mention, there was a rule that if you ask permission to leave the session, or else the ghost will haunt you, at least that's what people say. And this could all be bullshit, of course, but still trying to follow those rules, so anyway. Satan didn't really want you to leave, or threatened us with the word death a lot, and this went on till 4 in the morning and kind of stressed us all out. In the end, the glass didn't move or respond anymore. We called it quits. After 8 years, still can't explain who or what a figure at my house was. Okay, so I used to walk back to my home from college, and I always got to my house at around 8 or 9 p.m. And almost every time my mom was at the garage using her phone. Didn't had keys for some reason, so every time I got there, she opened the garage door for me. One day I got to the garage door and I saw her, or what I thought was her. But as soon as I told her, "Hey, can you open?" she stood up and went into the house and closed the door. I was cut off. So I was like, okay, that was weird, but she probably didn't hear me. Then I called my brother and told him if he can open the door for me. So he came and I went inside the house looking for my mom to tell her, "Hey, I was there and you didn't hear me." But I soon realized that my mom wasn't there. Asked my brother if he was at the garage and he showed me that he was playing video games. It's hard to describe how odd this feels to me because I'm pretty sure that what I saw was a person and it wasn't one of those times where you kind of see some shadow in like a split second. This time I had plenty of time to look at the figure, I'd say 10 seconds or more. Until this day, there's no explanation for that. One thing that I'd like to add, well, is that my grandma took a few plants, and that must be really old, I'd say 50 plus years. That's from her mom's house, and she died in 97. And one of those plants remained in an old plant pot. So my grandma was moving the plant to a new one, and when she dug up, she found a little glass jar was wrapped with some papers. And that papers had something written on them, but nothing readable. The glass jar also felt and sounded like it had some type of liquid and some rock or hard thing inside of it. As soon as my grandma saw it, she said, "That's witchcraft." She was pretty convinced and didn't allow me to open that jar at my house, and she showed it to her sister, and she told her that it was definitely a hex, and that she can call a priest to get rid of it and clean her house. I sometimes think about that jar, and it looks so weird, and it was crazy how my grandma quickly knew it was witchcraft. But in the country I live, people are really superstitious, and also my grandma told me that she's seen one of those before. I really regret not taking a picture of the jar, but she didn't really allow me to. Weird sound from baby toy every night. It first started a few months ago, when my girlfriend said that she'd heard sounds from inside our apartment. I dismissed it as nothing, said that it had to be the TV or our neighbors or whatever. This happened a few times. Never really believed her until 2 weeks or so ago when I first heard it myself. It seems to happen at night, and it happened now just 10 minutes ago at 22:58 or just before 11 p.m. Tonight I heard it for the 4th time, and it's starting to get to me. The weirdest thing is that I know the sound. It sounds exactly like a toy I had as a small child, where you would spin a stick and a ballerina would spin slowly in circles as this melody was being played by little bells, I believe. Kind of works like one of those clowns in a box where you spin it and it jump scares you as you open the box. Jack, in the box. He has a name. I've currently heard the sound from 3 different rooms and never actually been able to hear from what room it comes from or locate what the source is. I seriously don't know what's causing this melody to play for a few seconds every other night, or seemingly at least. At first I didn't care much and dismissed it, but it's starting to scare me. The weird thing is also that this all started when my grandmother started getting really sick, who I'm currently living with. And because it was my girlfriend who detected it, it's heard, well, and has heard it multiple times herself, I know I'm not just going crazy. What am I gonna do? Ouija board, have you ever? If so, do tell. I used one a few times with a few friends. Nothing was really happening at first, and us being the retards that we are trying to impress the girls that we were with, we started calling out to anything, even demons. After that, we made contact with something and proceeded to ask it questions. We got a name, Garth, who apparently died in a car fire some years ago. We began to ask it where the room in, or rather where in the room in was. Shouldn't have said rather. We asked for it to move an object in the room. Nothing moved, but we did hear a noise from the other room. I know that is a no-no as well as calling out demons, but anyway, after talking to Garth for about 30 minutes, we started to get bored and we were wrapping up the conversation and told it that we were going to end the session now. At which point, the planchette went to no. We asked it if it was alright for us to go, and it went to yes. As soon as we went to say goodbye again, it went to no. After the second no, the planchette started to ask, or as they're saying, asked weird, and the atmosphere in the room changed. The planchette started moving in a circular motion and kept trying to go off the edge of the board, at which point we decided to just end it. Upon all four of us bringing it to goodbye, the planchette stopped in the middle of the board as if it were glued in place. The girls freaked out and took their hands off the planchette, at which point my buddy and I proceeded to end the session and bring it to goodbye. For about 5 seconds, the planchette didn't move as the two of us tried to move it, at which point my buddy and I had to put both hands like palm onto the planchette and forcefully drag it to goodbye. It took all our might to actually move it, and upon trying to move the planchette, the board itself looked like it was being pulled in the opposite direction. Now, some could say that it was my buddy messing with me, but we were sitting next to each other and the girls were sitting across from us. There's no way that my buddy could have been pulling in the opposite direction or holding it in place, as I could feel him just pulling my hand as well. Same way as I'm going, or he's going. I know we didn't end the session properly, and after typing this, I look back and realize that 2 girls in the past 2 years, one lost her partner and baby daddy, and the other was just in a serious car wreck where she broke her spine. We'll make full recovery, though. Makes me start to think that if I had something to do with their hands not being on the board. Confirming a haunted house. Way back in 8th grade, I had a friend, John, who years before had his house burned and deemed unlivable. Now, being a kid full of confidence and not fully believing it, me and another friend, Jim, called bullshit on said burned house being haunted. Finally, one day John agrees, and we see this house as his family still had the keys, and it was on his way home. Walking up to the place, John had told us about several experiences in the house, from a large Civil War-looking soldier to energy balls and children laughing that would appear and disappear. Taking this information, we still called bullshit and went inside the house. The inside of the house was fine, as a garage had burned, making it a hazard, but safe enough to explore. The inside of the house felt strange. Zero airflow, but no dust, and at first, dead silence. After walking in and essentially walking straight to the garage entrance and to the back door to show the fire marks and point out where John had found arrowheads in his backyard, we decided to look around more. Very soon after, we started walking toward their old rooms, and that's where we all very faintly heard music. Strangest part is that each of us heard entirely different genres, like rock, classical, and rap. We reached John's sister's old room, and it was barren, of course, and the windows were covered, but nothing weird. Then the same with John's old room. Between the two of them, most of the apparitions had started and then gone and disappeared into John's parents' room. And logically, that was our next and final stop of the tour. Confused by indescribable music, and getting nervous, we reached John's parents' room and tried the door. It felt sealed, like when something heavy is against it or a vacuum is applying pressure. However, the house was sealed, and we were supposedly the first ones inside in a long time. With a good shove, we managed it open. Got the biggest gust of stale, dead, musty air I've ever had. Freaked out by the sudden gust that smelled like death had once been there, we took off. Halfway crossing the street, Jim called out, "Hey guys, look at the house." Nervous what we would find, all 3 of us turned and saw a huge apparition, easily 6 foot. Plus, and solid fridge build in the window. Solid looking, but you had to stare and squint hard to start to get the edges and details. And it was watching us, staring us down from inside. Obviously freaked, we all ran to John's current house. And that's the story of my first haunting or paranormal experience, way back in 8th grade. My brother and I saw something. This story takes place about 12, 13 years ago when I was a kid. I come from a less than desirable area in a small mountain community where most people, my family included, just managed to scrape by. This meant that for me and my siblings, we lived in a small house that could barely fit us with poor insulation and was in desperate need of repairs. But we made it work and appreciated what our parents could do because we were still better off than a lot of the other families that we knew. The winters are harsh here in the mountains, and because of the poor insulation, me and my siblings would sleep in the living room as close to the fire as possible. We would huddle under one huge blanket. There's one night that sticks with me to this day, because for the life of me, I still cannot fathom what it is that I saw. It was late at night, and I've always been a very poor sleeper, so I would wake up through most of the night already, not to mention we were struggling to keep warm when I woke up very suddenly. Felt like there was someone or something there. I initially shrugged this off because we had, a few busted windows and holes in the floor, which, would allow for the occasional possum or stray cat to wander in. And with it being winter, this really was actually a fairly common occurrence. With the light of the TV that was still playing, I looked around and to my left. I saw this thing. It had the body of a turtle, but was rather edgy and spiked, but not to a point. More like Mayan temples and like a face that's mostly comparable to, I guess, a sort of lion-dragon mix. Almost like an alligator snapping turtle in that it was large and frightening, but it had ooh, that's a big word, a brachycephalic nose, and was a mouth with teeth, not a beak. I was looking at my little brother, and I moved his head slowly back and forth out of fear I would cause it to bite one of us if I noticed I was awake. I lay there with my eyes barely open, just in case it was aggressive I could wake my brother up before he could hurt us. All he did, though, was glance between us a few times and very slowly walk to the stairway that led down to the bathroom, and somehow went down the steps without making us any sounds or anything. This was confusing, since my dad's friend has a large sulcata tortoise, and I knew that an animal with a shell that large, this would have been close to the size of a juvenile sulcata, about 45-60 pounds. It wasn't graceful, and should be clunking down each step or at least the first drop. I choked it up to a bad dream, and later thought night terrors or sleep paralysis was possible, but that still didn't quite fit. Years later, my brother and I were hanging out with our friends, and they were talking about ghosts when my brother starts telling the same story with the same description, and how he just shut his eyes and prayed it would leave. This is why I thought he was still asleep, and I had never told him or anyone else the story. What did we see? What pops up online are dragon turtles, which would be far too large, and lion turtles from that show Avatar. Hey baddie, I see you. Spelled B-A-H-D-Y. Yesterday was my birthday. My girlfriend had put up some happy birthday balloons on the wall. I'm an American living in Vietnam and have been here for the past 6 years. Just a little bit of backstory. I grew up in California and I've lived all over the West Coast for most of my life. My father was a Vietnam veteran and passed away about 7 years ago. He had a very bad head injury and it wasn't getting any better, and he took his life, and he was in a lot of pain, and we all understand why he did what he did. We all miss him dearly, but we're thankful that he's not in any more pain or misery. My father was sort of an eclectic man. He had his own wit, his own humor, even his own language. He would use words and phrases that he'd created and everybody knew him for. One of his favorite words was the word body. It's meant like the word buddy, but he makes it sound more like it has an ah part to make it sound more like body. And we spelled it B-A-H-D-Y. He would say things like, "Hey, body, don't bring that junk over here," or "Hey, body, bring me the money," or "Too much ragamaroo, body." It's one of the many words that he would often use to get a laugh out of us, but mostly he laughed for himself. He sounds awesome. I lived and grew up in California, and I've been a teacher for the past 20 years. After my father passed away, I looked at my life and decided that I wanted to move to Vietnam to be a teacher, where my father was a soldier. Never thought I'd stay here this long, but here I am still 6 years later in the beginning of it. Felt like a pay-it-forward type of experience. But since then, it's become my dream and destination of choice. I will get married soon to a beautiful Vietnamese woman, and we just put down payment on our first apartment. Living and giving here has brought a purpose to my life, and the old cliche of do what you love and find your purpose in life ring true for me here. I'll forever feel honored and thankful to be an American teaching in Vietnam, and thankful to my father's path that brought me here. So back to my story, and the birthday balloons. We've been on a soft lockdown for the past few months. Vietnam was great at avoiding COVID in the beginning, but now that strategy isn't feasible. They're slowly rolling out the vaccinations, and we really aren't able to go out and celebrate or enjoy milestones with friends at this time, so my girlfriend made my birthday extra special, got me a cake, bought a gift, and put up some balloons on the wall that said happy birthday. After a few minutes, some of the letters fell off the wall. Put them back up, and a few minutes later they fell off again. We added more tape to the balloons and put them back up, and after 20 or 30 minutes the letters fell off again, and we just left them on the ground. We had a nice dinner, opened her gift, and we had some amazing cake, and it was a very nice birthday. About 5 hours later, we were getting ready for bed. Walked through the living room and looked at the birthday sign. I realized that the happy word was untouched, but the bottom said so much more to me. The letters that remained were BHDY. Happy BHDY. Happy body. I froze in that moment as I was filled with bewilderment, excitement, relief, and an overwhelming sense of calm. Tears filled my eyes as I realized that my father had been with me all this time, or at least he visits me. I've always felt that he was with me, and a few signs in the past have made me think that, but nothing ever happened like this. It made me think of Ouija boards and psychics and all the things people can't explain. It also made me a little sad because I wondered how often spirits from the other side try to communicate. But either their signs go unnoticed, or they're not given the right opportunity, or we just miss it or brush it off. The balloons gave my father the perfect opportunity to communicate with me, in his language, and it's really the best gift I could have ever received. His message was adamant and deliberate, and I nearly missed it. And as far as things falling off your walls, it's probably rainy season, and the cement is probably all soaked with water, so no matter what you stick to the wall, it's going to come right off because of the temperature differential and the moisture. Still a cool story. My Ouija board experience. When I was about 20 myself, my girlfriend, and eventually wife, and another couple rented an old, huge farmhouse in a little unincorporated town. It was in the middle of nowhere. Our yard was about 3 acres with a house on one end of the property and a janky garage on the other end. The layout of the old farmhouse is important to the story. The main house itself was built in the 1890s, but had additions put on over the years. I was told it was a bunkhouse originally for like a mine in the area. Miners would sleep in it in shifts. First floor, walking through the back, was a mud room with a washer and dryer, water heater, etc. Through another door was a large kitchen sink and cabinets on the right, stove on the immediate left. Walk into a large living room, and from here it's very like an open concept with 2 rooms on the left and to the right. Room on the right had the front door became like the office and second living room. Left room was a rotating music room and a guest bedroom, whatever room. There's a lot of space. There was a full bathroom off the living room, and in this bathroom was the quote-unquote rabbit hole, as we called it. A small door, maybe 3 feet tall and 2.5 feet wide, and this led to the basement. The basement was straight out of a horror movie. 1 bare light bulb in the middle of a large room. Field stone walls, a couple of support beams, wonky, creaky stairs, and a weird tiny room behind a door made out of an old pallet. Back to the first floor living room were stairs up to about 4 or 5 stairs, then a small landing and another 5 or 6 stairs to the top. When on the landing, you can turn around and see the entire upstairs. It's going to be an important detail for events later. At the top of the stairs was a tiny bathroom with a tiny window you could see the entire backyard while sitting on the toilet. There were 3 bedrooms, one much smaller than the other 2, and it was at the very front of the house. So, time for the paranormal stuff. 1. Things were kind of weird. It felt like somebody was always watching you. It didn't feel scary per se, but weird. I started making jokes that the ghost was watching us, not being serious because our house isn't really haunted. We would start hearing weight on the stairs, like somebody was on the landing shuffling around. Up a stair, down a stair, move around a bit, and we all sort of thought it was an old-ass house. We had 2 cats. One was a Garfield, and the other a tuxedo cat. But he was blind in one eye, never talked, no meow. He would just open his mouth like he was trying. They would constantly stop and listen to things in the house, really intently. But the tuxedo cat would run upstairs and stay up there for a while. We thought it was cat stuff. Things start heating up. After a few weeks, we decide to have a party in the backyard. Nothing crazy. About 15 people that we all know. Middle of the summer, so almost everyone's outside by the fire except a few people in the kitchen. I'm out back by the fire, just yucking it up, when one of the friends says, "Who's that? Your grandma lives here?" Then proceeds to point to my bedroom window. There was what appeared to be an old lady looking out the window into the backyard, hands against her face and just peering out. What the fuck? Someone in my house. I start running toward the house and I can hear the chatter behind me. Someone's in the house. Some friend is following me and we get in the back door, someone upstairs. Everybody's saying, "I don't think so. We've been here all night, right?" Get to the landing on the stairs. Look around at all the open doors. My bedroom light is on and I proceed to check the upstairs, turn all the lights on. Nothing. No one, let alone anybody that looked like an old lady. Eventually, back out by the fire, we start, inevitably, the conversation. Maybe the house is haunted. 4. About a week later, my roommate brings up the idea of using a Ouija board. My girlfriend is against it. My other roommate is also against it. I became the deciding vote, and I say no as to not piss off my girlfriend. Smart. Shit gets real. We can hear a desk chair upstairs rolling around on its own, with hardboard floors. You can go check it out. It's sitting in the front of a window looking out over a field. Every time in the same place. 6. Roommate and I are musicians. We're trying to record some samples in the front door office, and I had on headphones while playing some guitar over a drum pad. We both heard what sounded like every plate and every glass get smashed on the floor in the kitchen. It was loud. We both drop everything, run into the kitchen, and there's nothing. Nothing out of place. Weird. Both couldn't believe what we heard, and there was no mess. Started to wonder if we're really going crazy. 7. Whilst pooping in the downstairs bathroom, right next to the rabbit hole. It sounded like an animal was scratching at the back of the door, trying to get into the bathroom from the basement. But the scratches were up near the top door, and I could see it moving, and called the landlord, said that there was an animal in the basement. Sent a guy out the next day who cleared the basement, said that there was nothing, no animals, no poop, no point of entry. That's good news. The basement sealed tight, and we would hear the scratching on that door spontaneously. Others experienced it as well while in the bathroom. 8. The house started feeling creepy, almost oppressive. It wasn't how it used to be. Someone watching, it felt like you were being stalked. 9. Roommate and I were chilling in the main living room. We were playing Borderlands. We heard a cat meowing, but it was an odd, quiet, screamy kind of meow, and it was from upstairs. We paused the game and head up to the stairs. Once on the landing, I can see the tuxedo cat yelping and looking like he was pinned down. The Garfield cat was a few feet away, just staring and looked like a statue. I reached for him under the railing, and as soon as I did, he sprung up and jumped through the railing, clutching onto me. Garfield cat did the same, but used roommate as a backboard, jumping off him down the stairwell. Neither wanted to go past my bedroom door where the tuxedo cat was pinned down. Went to the living room and just, quote-unquote, dealt with what just happened. 10. We decided definitely the house was haunted. Across the street was a neighbor. Nice guy in his 50s, lovely wife, a son about 6 years old. We would stand in his garage, watch NFL, drink beer, all around great relationship with him. I decided to ask him one day if he ever heard anything about the place being strange or being haunted. He says, "Funny you say that. The previous tenant said that they thought there were an old lady there. I don't believe that stuff, but now you're saying it. Her 2 kids used to wave to someone whenever they left. She used to feel like someone was there. My son started waving at the house too, and I thought it was just little kids being kids." I found it hard to believe whatever the old lady in the house was trying to, that she was trying to scare us and to kill my cat. Then we found the Ouija board. 10. Girlfriend and I were gone for the night, came back the next evening. Roommate was sitting out in the mudroom in the back of the house. Not unusual, but he looked super pale and kind of sick. He's a dark-skinned Mexican fellow, so it was easy to see that he looked pale and flush. Pale and flush. My girlfriend had to leave and go straight to work, so I was basically just getting dropped off. He told me what had happened the night before. C is boyfriend roommate, A is girlfriend roommate. A, who was really into paranormal activities, ghosts and spirituality, etc., brought a Ouija board into the house months before, after she had asked if she could and we voted no, but she did it anyways. She was using this when no one was home and had it hidden in the basement because she knew none of us would ever go down there. This Ouija board was her mom's board from the 60s or 70s, homemade wooden hand-painted letters and numbers. A few extra words like soon, never, and later. She also said that her mother had used it for years and there was always somebody named David attached to the board. And David was apparently not nice. Bam, it all made sense now. There's an old lady in the house and she's pissed about David. 13. Or 11. The night A confessed to the Ouija board, she convinced C to do some EVPs with her, and there were 3. One basement. It was muddy, very fuzzy, but you could hear somebody distantly say A's name. Thought maybe we were hearing what we wanted to hear. I wasn't sold on it. The second was on the main floor. Was them walking around asking questions like, "Are you here? What's your name?" etc. You didn't really hear much. There was a lot of scratchy, fuzzy bursts, like a hissing sound, weird, but still not convinced. The third one was on the stairwell. The recording was as follows from the top of the stairs. "Look at the cat, he looks pissed," and he sees someone. And then a sound that's described as thrum-ba-ba-ba, and then louder thrum-ba-ba-ba, then my dog barked. You can hear the squeal of its tires, claws against the floor, taking off. "Look at him go, you okay?" End of recording. To me, the thrum-ba-ba-ba sound was something like heavy hitting a couple of stairs, then dropping some massive weight at the top of the stairs. The peculiar thing is that C claimed they didn't hear anything until he played it back. I attempted to recreate the sound on the stairs with the same recorder. I could stomp on the stairs, I could jump from the landing to the top, and it was such a jump that I barely made it, let alone enough to make it this loud, large surface area slam. Couldn't recreate it. A proceeds to tell C about the Ouija board and the story behind it. She asks if he wants to use it. He agrees, although he said it reluctantly, but the curiosity got the better of him. 12. By this time it's winter, in the country in Wisconsin. There's a deep snow, large drifts through the property, and he tells me they used to board. They were talking to David. David was tired of talking to A, and he told C about his dad being in prison in Mexico when he was a young man. About coming to the basement to see David. He hated the woman in the house because she's always stopping him from doing things. Watching everyone while they sleep, hating cats, watching the girlfriend and I get intimate when no one was home, including some of the kinkier stuff nobody knows about. Finally, ended with asking C if he wants to know when he will die. When C said he wants David to leave, he said that he can but won't. Whole thing took a few hours before C finally let go of the planchette and said enough. We were now in the living room as he's telling me the story of the night before. The board's on the coffee table in the middle of the room, and I'm standing with my back to the bathroom door, the door to the rabbit hole. I get this insane electric chill down my neck and spine, and goosebumps that almost hurt if I can hear the rabbit hole door getting scratched. I break for the board, and I say, we have to get rid of this thing. Where the fuck do we put it? At that moment, we hear the doorknob to the mudroom rattle. As we look into the kitchen, the door starts opening slowly to the mudroom. The lights are on and there's no one there. The initial shock was unfathomable, but I knew right away the old lady opened the door, saying, "Get it the fuck out of the house." We stood for a moment and worked the nerve to even move. We looked at each other amazed and terrified. Taking it to the garage, I don't know where else to put it. We got on our boots and coats, wrapped the board in a paper bag, and off we went. It was an almost 3-acre walk that I had a small path shoveled out to the garage because I still parked in there. It was a calm night, stars were out, and the snow was really bright. As we were walking, I was carrying the board, and it felt like David was following us. Just an angry tantrum feeling, like we were leaving a room where a toddler was screaming and kicking the wall. The man door was old and was held closed by a bent nail he had to spin to keep it shut. I put it in a shelf high up and to the left, and as we left we heard cans falling off the shelves, WD-40, spray paint, etc. I wasn't about to turn back around and check on it. Once arriving back at the house, we felt immediate relief, like an air purifier was running and everything felt clean. Once again, though, we started when the back door was opening. We automatically prepared for the worst. We waited for the mudroom to open, and it was my other friend who was a regular of the house. So much so that he would walk right in. He saw us looking terrified and asked what happened. We gave him a sigh of relief type of a summary. He'd had his own experiences in the house, and he knew that we were serious. We sat and chatted for hours about the whole ordeal. Mind you, there's a lot of experiences in that house I haven't touched on, but these were some of the major ones, undeniably paranormal. When A got home, we told her what happened. She thought it was awesome. In the grand scheme of things, it kind of was, but existentially terrifying. I refused to tell her where the board was hidden, and she was pissed. It became a huge argument, but I didn't care. She was saying that she wanted it and would take it back to her mom that night, and I didn't believe her. That's because of how excited she was about the activity that we experienced. After things settled down, the house was really peaceful. 14. Next day I had to leave. While walking out to the garage, I knew the board was out there, and I knew all those cans fell off the shelf. No idea what I was about to walk into. Spray cans and bullshit were all over the garage, on my car, under my car, all of which was previously on a few shelves. I left and didn't even get out of my car to close the garage. When I got home, I parked in the driveway by the garage, but I didn't pull into it. The next few weeks were peaceful. A few weeks later, Abe brought up the board and decided, fine, you can have it back, but it's not coming into the house. She agreed, and we walked out to the garage, to which she was saying, I looked out here. Where was it? I opened the door and went to retrieve it from the shelf, but it was gone. The mess on the floor was still there, but the board was gone. She was even more pissed, but again, I didn't care. Nothing has happened since it was in the garage, and it's gone now. Weeks later, A and C broke up. It was nasty, and she moved out. He told me how he talked to his abuela, the grandmother, and she told him the only way to rid ourselves of the spirit was to submerge it in deep water. Spirits can't pass through water. He said he took it to a small river in the woods by us, put it in a bag and some large rocks, and chucked it in. There's a spot where the river's about 20 feet deep, and that's where he threw it. He said he watched it sink, and that was it. The Ouija board brought in the entity that was a residing spirit, or at least that the residing spirit didn't like, and it was spiritual warfare for months. This is a very summarized, abridged version of what happened. A lot of other events took place, but this already took a long time to write on my phone. When A and C would argue, things would happen. Stuff falling off shelves, noises in the basement, all around spooky things. People who stayed the night in the living room would say that they'd seen people in the kitchen or shuffling in the bathroom. Noises in the basement. Alarm clocks would go off randomly. Didn't matter whose. Even the alarm in the stove. Windows would open even though they were closed. Seeing figures out of your peripheral. Seeing figures in the backyard day or night. Briefly, but not enough to go, what the fuck. So, lots of stuff. So anyway, that's my experience. I don't trust Ouija boards, and I will not mess with them. Ghost or condensation? There's an honest question. This happened on October 5th of 2008. I remember the date since we were on our way home from my cousin's wedding, and my sister's baby shower was the next day. My husband and I left the wedding at around 10 p.m. As family weddings go, it was a long day. We didn't drink alcohol since we knew that we had a lot to do the next day in the drive home. And a preface. The wedding was hosted in a town that we're familiar with. And this story, it's based on roads that we've driven thousands of times in the dark and in the daylight. This is fall in a small, quaint northeastern town. My husband is a non-believer and never agreed with my point of view on ghosts or spirits. We've made it work. We leave the wedding and we're driving home. My mind is filled with how late it is and how much we have to do tomorrow to get the shower set up. I'm really hoping everything's perfect and that I haven't forgotten to prepare anything. As we make a left and go up a small incline, I see this mist off to the right. It's about 5 feet swirl up and approximately 8 feet into the yard. My brain automatically shoots over to, that's weird. Why is the storm drain in the middle of the yard? It looked very similar to the condensation one would see from a New York City vent. Moisture that most of us know and are familiar with when the ground's warmer than the air. I'm still hyper-focused on why this drain is in the middle of the yard, so as we drive by, I look to the ground where this mist is hovering. As I'm looking down into the yard trying to see the drain, my husband yells, and yes, he yells, "Oh my God, did you see that?" And he curses all the time, but up until that point that I've known him, he has never yelled, "Oh my God," before. Shocked, I reply, "What?" "The strangely placed drain?" Shakingly, he replied, "No. That lady." I didn't see a lady. I was looking. She was see-through, wearing an old-fashioned clothing and standing there in the yard. You were just looking out the window. That's when I realized the mist that he saw was potentially a ghost, and the mist I picked up as a strange placement for a storm drain were one and the same. What was it? Condensation or a ghost? After this, my husband has never spoke of it again, or repeated what he saw. Super frustrating at times, but I respect that he doesn't want to discuss it. The first time I mentioned this experience to my sister, he got superbly upset that I said that he said, "Oh my God." And I know he's said it since it's something he's never said before or around me. The tone and what he said made it stick forever in my mind. Went back through the next day. No Halloween decorations, no drains, nothing that we could find to explain what we saw. And we've driven that road, like time and time again. There's no storm drains, no sidewalks, about 18 inches of gravel shoulder. When I'm a passenger riding through there, I still to this day try to find the oddly placed storm drain in the middle of someone's yard. Find it fascinating that we both picked up on it as something at a place. My rational mind said that storm drain, while my husband decided something else that made him look right at it. Whatever it was, ghost or condensation, it's been a fun campfire story to tell. And as somebody who's unfortunate enough to understand what that might be, what I will tell you is most houses have a septic or leach field or something of the sort that makes heat. So if you see a random piece of steam in the middle of somebody's yard, maybe 50, 100 feet away from the house, don't know if that measurement's right, but that is probably warm sewage. Ew. A angel brings uncle to say goodbye. December 23rd, 2000. I just flew in from college for winter break. It was a late arrival and I had to drive close to an hour home from the airport. After spending some time catching up with my mom and grandma, who were always night owls, I decided I needed to sleep. My room, shared with my sister, had been left unchanged. She wasn't there that night. It's now early morning Christmas Eve. To set the scene, this house and room are small. It's a very small one-level ranch home. The room was a box big enough for one twin bed on one side of the room and my twin bed on the other. Offset and parallel, set up that the head and pillow area were opposite of each other. And the ends of the beds overlapped by a few feet. Basically a head-to-toe format. Approximately 2 to 3, maybe inches between the beds. Anyway, from my bed I can see out the door down the hallway where our bedroom, or rather bathroom was, and I could see just past that to the beginning of the dining room. My mom and grandma stayed in the family room with the TV on, and this is just by the dining room. And again, small house so you can hear everyone and everything with a little bit of effort. Anyway, I roll to my side and I look over to the corner where my sister's head would normally be on her pillow. I see this odd white glow in the corner over her bed. I stay to watch because I get this sense that it's okay and it's only love. In the past, with any paranormal event, I'd usually noped right out of there or I'd be too afraid. But this white glow is in the shape of what I believe to be an angel. I can see that it's tall, the head, wings, and an expanded outline, and then I see a figure that's standing in front of it. This figure is white and glowing as well, but I can see two separate shapes. It steps out, places its hands together in a prayer sign, and bows, backs up, and it disappears. Well, reality sets in with what the hell did I just see? Frozen now that fear's taking over, I yell for my grandma. Grandma! Can you turn the hall light on? I saw a ghost. She turns the hall light on, and I remember her saying 20 years old and still believes in ghosts and needs a light on. I felt mad at that point for mocking me believing in something that she has had experiences with. Yes, it was the family that say they believe in ghosts, but the minute one of us kids would have an experience, it was not credible and just our imagination. I fell asleep and I was woken up around 6 a.m. to the phone ringing. It was an unexpected call and I hear my grandma talking to the caller and begin crying. Her uncle had unexpectedly passed away in the night after having minor surgery to remove a small patch of skin carcinoma. He was in his late 70s and this was her favorite and closest uncle. The only one I knew that she spoke with. Now looking back, it makes sense since they were only about 10 years apart in age. I never met him since he lived a few states away, and funny to only know someone by a few mail correspondence and phone conversations. My grandma would go to visit him as a break from us. I remember she spent most of Christmas Eve morning in her bedroom. Family comes over in the evening, which are her sons and my uncles, and I'm in my room and they're all at the dining room table talking. I heard my name mentioned and began listening. I heard my grandma talk about a 20-year-old seeing things and needing her grandma to turn the light on, and they all laughed. Then I hear my one uncle call for me. I go out to them, knowing what they're talking about. Right as I was finishing, my grandma shoots up and runs to her room and slams the door, and she's crying. The focus is off of me, and my one uncle is at her door asking what's wrong. She lets my uncle in, and about 20 minutes later he comes out and tells my other uncle that I very seriously. My grandma is upset because she just figured it out. Her uncle came by to say goodbye to her. The angel arrived the same time her uncle died. In the room she slept in, when her uncle last visited many years ago, and his way of saying goodbye with the prayer hands and a bow. There's no way I would have known this. I've never met him in person. Shadow dog in the basement. This one has always been a fun one to tell. My husband does not believe in the paranormal and thinks it's a bunch of nonsense. And at this point, we were still early on in our relationship and living together for a couple of years. He bought an old 1929 house in a suburb near a big city that we grew up close to. I would often see the shadows move out of the corner of my eyes and began having a sense that her energy was not the only one there. Nothing too concerning. He had a 120-pound American black lab, so it could be easily her moving through the house. Or we can explain it away that maybe the neighbors backed in and the light was just hitting the window just right. One day, I tell my guy that I saw a small black shadow walk into the laundry room. I was not taken seriously. Has to be some reasonable explanation. I mentioned it because it wasn't out of the corner of my eye experience this time. The laundry room's in it's in a finished basement. The only windows are glass block windows with a vent, and they're etched in foggy. They're 4x3 blocks, I think, whatever the standard basement window size is, and the part of the basement the windows face into our backyard. There's no lights coming in from traffic, and the houses were built in an old apple orchard, so the backyards were long, like half an acre. About 1 acre between our houses and the house ours backed up to. We had an 8-foot wooded fence along the property line. No outside light source a few weeks later, though. We're getting ready to go to the store together, and I was finishing some laundry, and he's in the basement finishing up something on the computer that was down there and to the left of the laundry room door. He asks me to put the dog in her crate while he finishes up. And it'll just be a minute longer, apparently. The crate is in the basement just behind to the right where my guy is sitting. The laundry room door is open, all the lights are off now except for the hall light at the top of the stairs and the PC. Standing at the end of the stairs facing my guy, and he's looking at the computer, Black Shadow Dog walks into the laundry room, and my guy, I thought you put the dog into a crate. Nah, I thought you were going to. He calls the dog, and I'm looking at her dog in her crate. Now he's losing his patience, since there are things in the laundry room he doesn't want to get her to, get into or eat. Can you please get the dog? What dog? Fine, I'll do it. And at this point, ask him to turn around and look at the crate. He looks at the crate and looks back at the computer. You saw it, didn't you? You saw the black dog go into the laundry room, too. Only time he ever admitted that he saw something in that house. Now I don't know much about shadow beings, never really looked into it. We were in this house for 8 years and had our first kid here. Never anything malicious or scary. Strange things from my old job. I used to work for an older man who needed somebody to clean his house while he worked. He worked all the time and kind of far away, too. And being a 21-year-old needing money, I did it. He paid $12.50 an hour, so it seemed like a good deal at the time. Kinda still is. It was a super nice house, and I was surprised something so nice was in the area. But it was secluded from everything else. Almost in the middle of nowhere. My first day there wasn't bad. I got there, met him, and started on one of the bathrooms in the kitchen. But then it started once he left for work. I was on the phone with my Nana because I didn't want to feel alone in such a big place. I was looking around the second story while talking to my Nana, and as I came down the stairs, I heard something in the kitchen. It startled me, so I went and looked at the dish that had fallen off the counter. Ended up cleaning like normal, and I went home. Over the next few days, even stranger things happened. There were times I felt like I was being watched. Times where one of the showers sounded like somebody was standing in it and slowly moving in it. I even found a box that contained pictures of this man and some other men naked, but other things seemed worse than that. The worst started when I was eating and watching Charmed. Indeed. I heard a loud crash in one of their upstairs rooms. Sounded like somebody knocked over the desk that was in there. Scared me so bad I ran out of the house and got my aunt to pick me up. Cops ended up being called, but they didn't really care and barely checked the place. The entire time I worked there, I had these nightmares about the house. And the one time my boyfriend visited the house, he had a nightmare of a friend group killing themselves in it. There were other little things that seemed off as well, such as the cat never really wanting to be in the house, and if he was in the house, he stayed under the bed. There was reddish-brown stains in one of the rooms on the floor and bed, and another room had dead birds in it. And in the yard, I saw something white peeking out from the ground, and I picked it up, and it was a picture frame wrapped in a cloth. It was a memorial pamphlet for a man. That's strange. The last day I worked there was the worst. I was there alone, and I heard a crash again, and it was outside. I tried to get my uncle to pick me and take me home because I lived with him, but he told me he didn't care and that I have to stay. So my boyfriend began his way over here, which takes about an hour, so I called my Nana while I waited outside for my boyfriend. I was on speakerphone so my sister could talk to me too. They asked me who I was there with, which freaked me out because I was alone because they heard a woman's voice. My boyfriend later told me he heard it too, even though I never mentioned that my Nana and sister heard it first. My boyfriend picked me up and I never went back to that house. To this day, that was one of the scariest things I've experienced. Has anyone in the medical field ever experienced seeing anything creepy while working in a hospital or nursing home? I was hired onto a job at an assisted living facility with approximately 20 or so residents. It was a few times I've seen this thing, but not as well as this one time. As I said, I've worked in this assisted living facility, working 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. When night fell, they were simply the worst times for me. While working or walking the halls to make sure my residents were safe, I felt watched, and not just watched by like other coworkers or residents. Mind you, the evening shift only had 2 staff members after 6, ending with dinner, till the night shift arrives. Well, as I said, I felt watched, and it creeped me out, and it doesn't help knowing that the facility sat basically surrounded by the woods, but the small town was haunted, known to be the most haunted in the U.S. To give you a hint on where, it's also known for the Salty House. So back to the story. It was one evening in November, and it was time after the residents cleared and headed off to bed, so for mine and my coworker working with me, as well as this night, it meant downtime. We decided to go outside for some fresh air and just play on our phones. And that's when something told me to look, and I turned my head and I saw a tall man. It doesn't describe none of our residents. They were in all black, facing us through one side of the door window facing the side porch where we were sitting. This man, or thing, had on a top hat covering half his face. I don't know what I did or why I had to look away for a slight second, but I did, and when I looked back, he was gone. Did I meet a doppelganger? So a few years ago, I had this strange encounter. My wife is a key element in this, so I'm going to describe he just a bit. Okay. She has super long black hair that she has always kept in a bun. She wore these pajamas, or at least these pajama pants that were patterned like cartoon sky with clouds and all that. She wore a robe that was red and blue horizontal stripes. Also, she doesn't often smile. So I went to bed, and my wife stayed up and watched TV with my black cat sort of curled up next to me, and I dreamt that I was in a hospital with Tyrion Lannister and Lord Varys from the Game of Thrones. And there's a sick man in the bed, and I decided to go wait in the car, and while I'm waiting, a tornado comes up and I wake up. Now when I wake up, I notice my wife is lying across my legs staring at me and smiling, and I thought, what the fuck is she doing? She's so weird. Because sometimes she might do some weird shit like that. So I started to tell her about my dream, and she's smiling at me the whole time with her head tilted down slightly and ominously. And I suddenly noticed that my cat's gone. I didn't say anything about it, but then my wife says I put her in leeches, and starts gently tickling my belly with long sharp nails. I chuckled and said, "What?" She said it again, tickling my belly, and I noticed that her robe and pants pattern were swapped, and her hair was down and not in a bun, and then I noticed her smile. Just a tad wider than it should be, and I started to become terrified. I woke up again, my cat curled up next to me. The strange thing is that I'm not the only one who's encountered this entity. 2 others have also seen this wicked version of my wife in a semi-dreamlike state. Swear to the gods that I was awake during this encounter. Nothing about it felt like a dream. But I woke up a second time, and it's never happened to me before. Has anybody else ever had an encounter like this one before? Join Paranormal M, where strange occurrences come to life. Subscribe and turn on notifications to stay in the loop on our spine-tingling stories. Get ready for an unforgettable adventure. An unpleasant encounter with a haunted object. I grew up in the countryside. Most of my relatives were firm believers in the paranormal to the point that some treated the topic as something completely normal or even mundane. So, growing up, I conceived such things as something inevitable and undoubtedly real. Nothing extraordinary happened to me until I was maybe 8 or 9. Even though I was a pretty shy and faint-hearted kid, the paranormal didn't scare me as much as serial killers, vampires, aliens, and zombies. That until I reached the age-in mentioned before, or age. Weird and disturbing things started happening to me regularly. Things like having weird nightmares, seeing shadows in the night, and hearing voices, being pushed, and even seeing actual translucent ghost-like matter appear out of nowhere. Needless to say, being as fearful as I was, the whole ordeal hit me extremely hard to the point I became depressed and started considering suicide at age 10. But time passed and the situation improved, and I became an awkward teenager with a lot of ghost stories to tell and some degree of resentment against the paranormal. I went to study psychology, and that gave me the tools to dismiss all my childhood experiences as mere neurological anomalies, associated with brain development. That notion changed dramatically when I was 17. Back then, my family was passing through quite a rough time. Everyone was stressed and unhappy, mainly because we found out my dad was having an affair. One of many nights, if tense calm. What? One of many nights, if tense calm, my sister was brushing her hair in her room. By the way, this is not AI, this is very human error-y. That's when she noticed there was a woman reflected in the mirror that she was using. According to her, the woman seemed to be laughing with malicious intent. My sister went into shock, and it took a couple of hours to make her speak about what happened. I dismissed everything as the confabulations of a very stressed teenager. Just ignored the whole deal. A few months later, I was about to enter my house and I noticed something strange. Human face in the front window of the second floor, which happens to be my sister's room window. At first glance, I saw the face of a woman and immediately thought it was my mom. Without thinking much of it, I just waved at her. It was then when I noticed that whoever was in that room was not my mom. She was younger and paler and skinnier with straight black hair, and she looked at me casually, waving at her with a clear expression of surprise, which rapidly turned into fear. Then she went behind the curtains as if she were trying to hide from me. Initially, I thought she was afraid, trying to correct them here. I thought she was a friend that was staying for the night, and I went upstairs only to find both my mom and my sister dead asleep in my mom's bed. In that moment, something told me that there was something bizarre going on. I woke them up and asked them about the woman in my sister's room. I was told that there was no one in there. I suddenly realized I had seen the same ghost that terrorized my sister months ago. I felt completely bewildered by the encounter, and I didn't just saw her there. There had been some sort of simple interaction between us. It mean that whatever it was sentient to some extent. Also, remember how the lights from the street reflected on her, illuminating her pale face. It wasn't some kind of translucent figure, it was an actual person reflecting like an actual physical object. I felt as if it was my way of understanding the world would crumble, C-R-U-M-B-R-E, in my hands. How is it possible for anything to exist without a physical base? How is it possible to react like a human without a human brain to support the reaction? In that moment, I was told to close the door to that room, which was open for some reason. I did it with the broom, fearing the ghost would grab my arm if I used my hand to pull the handle. I got the marvelous idea to use a chair to block the door, so the thing, which probably could pass through solid matter, could not come out. After that, I went to sleep in my room, which was just in front of my sister's room. But then I was scared shitless. As I lay in my bed under my sheets, I could only think about the nature of the thing I saw. Suddenly. You heard that right. She made a comeback. The doorknob on the blocked door began shaking. It wasn't violent. It didn't last long, but the sound was crystal clear. After that, she slammed the door from the inside a couple of times. She's trying to escape, but could not. The simple wooden door was stopping a being that violated most rules of no physics that made me feel relieved. Now I know I could keep her at bay even though I didn't know what she was. After some 3 or 4 bumps around an hour, began toying with the tap in the bathroom, which he turned slowly on and off several times. I could only think about how could this thing apply directed force with that degree of precision. That's something I still think about constantly. But back then it was good enough to know that it was possible to enclose it, so I began to calm down and eventually fall asleep. Anyone would think that, with such a loud and positive ghost in the house, things would go to the horror movie way quite fast. But it wasn't the case, considering all the bad things that were happening at the moment. The ghost was just another nuisance. We just left the room empty and closed the door. She would bump on the door occasionally, especially at noon, and would rattle the doorknob at nights. I got to hear it all, and somehow I began to roll with it. My dad, who was a pretty hardcore skeptic at this time, used to sleep in that room one night every week to prove there was nothing in there and that we were all just overreacting. One of such nights, he leaves the room with a crucifix in his hand and told me, "I think this is the ghost." The crucifix was stainless steel, quite well constructed, and had been in the house for at least 10 years in different locations. My dad grabbed it from the dump of a monastery. I swear I'm not making this stuff up. It was like in the trash of a monastery. A crucifix. That just doesn't make sense. My dad said that a crucifix started to move slightly just when he was putting his pajamas. He felt weird about it and he wanted to examine it. Turns out it had an inscription, the name of the woman and the date of birth on the late XIX century, along with the date of death in the 50s. It was quite obvious for us that it wasn't a regular crucifix and that it was related with the strange presence in the room. Following day, my dad took the crucifix to a priest, one who had quite a lot of experience with witchcraft, Satanism, and paranormal stuff in general. Told my dad that what he had was an engraved crucifix, one that was put in the hands and over the chest of the deceased back in the day. Most of them were made of aluminum or stainless steel. So, the extremely corrosive conditions of the decomposing body would not damage the piece over time. He also told me that those crucifixes were particularly sought for witchcraft and powerful black magic. At first, it sounded straight from The Conjuring. But it did make sense. We were much more worried about getting rid of that thing than the occultist nature of it. I remember telling my dad that is why it was thrown away by the monks. Why would a Catholic monk throw a crucifix to the trash? He smiled and said, "Makes sense," with a guilty grin on his face. As far as I know, the priest threw the crucifix into the river to purify it and left it there. The room went back to normal eventually. My parents divorced. It wasn't a great time, but it was necessary. My sister's still in that room, and after the crucifix was removed, nothing supernatural ever happened again. Needless to say, my conception about the world and the experiences I had as a child were shaken to the ground. worked as a kitchen aide. My experience. I worked in a nursing home for a summer. I won't be using names or anything, but the scenarios. Disclaimer. Some of these stories could be due to mental illness on the part of the patients I interacted with. However, some of these are just downright unexplainable. There was a gentleman who would go into detail about seeing his father, who had been dead for 40-plus years, walking the halls of one of the units every night, just pacing. This man was also one who could just point at any other resident, and within that week they would pass away. I'm not inclined to think he had any power, just some idea it was getting close to their time. Happened multiple times, though. Another lady I served struggled with some kind of dementia, but her words still creeped me out nonetheless. I was taking her order, and I would ask her how she was and what she was up to. I'd asked what she had planned for the rest of the night, and she mentioned she was going to talk with her daughter. I assumed it was already happening, as visiting times had pretty much ended, but she continued on to say, yeah, she watches me through the window at night. Now, these two next both happened within the span of maybe 2 or so minutes. But I was the last one in the kitchen. The lights were off, and I was getting ready to go, and a loud bang occurred as I turned my back. I looked, and I saw a tomato slicer had fallen off the table. A tomato slicer that had had rubber pegs to stop it from sliding. And also weight enough as to where air or breeze couldn't push it. I picked it up, set it down, to see out of the corner of my eye a white apparition. It was gone as soon as I looked back. But these are just some of the weird stuff that happened at my nursing home I worked at. I like nursing home ones. All that glitters. I'm hoping somebody can give me some ideas about an incident that happened when I was a child. I was about 7 or 8 years old, and I was sleeping in my mom's bed with her, as I would have most nights. To give some context, my mom was a single parent, and for as long as I can remember, I've always sensed energies. I had dreams that have come true, seen auras around people and strangers, and picked up their energies. I always felt like I was being watched in my childhood home. I've had so many incidents where I've seen people in the house or felt energies upstairs. My entire childhood, every night I would feel someone sitting in my bed, and I would actually see the corner of the bed going down while someone sat there. I would feel cold air in my face and arms, and my hair would blow back. It was as if a window was opened. And this might sound like rubbish, but it genuinely happened every night in that house. I didn't move out till I was 23. I could talk about so many strange things that happened in the house to both my mom and I. So back to the actual question. One night when I was around 7 or 8, I was terrified because the same routine happened, and that I'd be laying in bed reading a book with my nightlight on. I'd feel someone sitting on my bed. The cold air would start on my face and my hand, as if someone was touching my hand, and my hair started to blow back a little, as if my window was opened. My mom would just continually check in my window for gaps, in case this was what was causing the coldness when I told her about it every morning. But nothing was ever found wrong with the window, so the routine for me running into my mom's room every night terrified occurred. While we were sitting talking in her bed, otherwise known as her trying to calm me down, what can only be described as glitter started falling from her ceiling. Instantly, I felt calm and happy, put my hand out, I started trying to catch the quote-unquote glitter, but as soon as I did, it would disappear from my hand. I looked around at my mom, and she said, "I see it too." We both laughed, and we didn't even question what was happening, or where on earth this random glitter was coming from. We both felt so happy and so calm, it was absolutely bizarre. After this night, my mom started to talk about things that would, happen to her, such as feeling energies or seeing auras, and how she was sometimes visited by an angel called Michael, who would apparently tell her things that came true. He told her he was her guardian, and on a visit one night when I was a late teenager, he told her that once a building in her area was built, that she would be told she had terminal cancer. Everything he told her was exactly true, and that would be because she had a job to do in the other vale, so they needed to call her home. And again, I sound crazy, but there's no mention of this particular building for us to know about. When we got a letter through the door 6 or 7 years later to say that it was being built, we both screamed. She told me that she would have dreams that come true. She would tell me that she didn't want to tell me at all at such a young age, but after the night with the glitter, she knew it was time that I knew that I wasn't going crazy because the same stuff happened to her and other girls in my family. Great-grandmother, my grandmother, and my cousin. Again, I'll write another post soon about some more experiences that I've had, because after reading other posts in this community, I'm so glad to be able to talk to others who've experienced similar things and that don't look at you like you're insane when you try to talk about them. If anybody has any clue what happened that night with the glitter, please let me know. I'd love to know if it's ever happened to anyone else. Mom and I even spoke about that night, and it was one of our last conversations together before she passed away, like Michael had told her, from terminal cancer. My 3 unexplainable, maybe paranormal experiences. So the first one isn't exactly paranormal, but more so a miracle. My mom was pregnant with me and my sister. We were identical twins. Fast forward to a few months into the pregnancy, and I think was born at about 27 weeks, so I was premature. My mom was having signs of labor, so she went to the hospital. My sister's cord was wrapped around my right hand and was cutting off my circulation. I now have a birth defect in my right hand from it. My fingers are slightly bigger than my left, and I have no nails. So I've always thought of myself sort of like Nemo. In a crazy, weird way, my sister saved my life by putting my mom into labor. My mom had no idea that I was losing circulation. If my sister never put my mom into labor, I would have died. And sadly, my sister passed inside my mom's stomach. So I'd like to think of her as my guardian angel, and I want to get a butterfly tattoo for her one day. The second experience is also related to my sister. My mom had an ex that we lived with for a few months. When they got into a fight and knocked over my mom's Christmas tree, every single ornament broke beside my sister's ornament. It's an angel head with her birthday on it. Makes no sense because it's really old and fragile. It seems too crazy of a coincidence to me. So we still have that ornament every Christmas now. The third experience is after my grandpa passed. He passed December 26th of 2020 after getting COVID and having to stay in the hospital. I don't have a good relationship with my family, so I wasn't invited to his funeral. And I was the last person to know about his death. About a week after, I was asleep and heard a loud "Hello, Lex" with his voice in my ear. I woke up super fast thinking it was my mom pulling a prank on me to wake me up, but she was asleep on the couch. Never had anything happen similar to that. So I'd like to think maybe he was saying hi since I couldn't say bye. Ideas for strange howling. I've lived in my home for about 10 years now. Never had any strange experiences until the last few months. A bit of relevant information. I'm familiar with all dogs within at least a 2-block radius of my house. Most are smaller, not your typical howling breeds, and there's a collie 2 houses down across the street. I've never even heard bark in the 10 years I've been here. And there's also 2 larger Mastiff-type mixed dogs directly behind me. These 2 I have a pretty good line of sight to, and I can see them from my kitchen, dining room, and son's room when they're in their backyard, so I can also see into the den that they hang out in my neighbor's house. It's got glass doors. So either way, a few months ago I started hearing a random howling. It sounded kind of muffled, like it was through a pillow. I first ignored it because there are dogs around and it really wasn't a prolonged thing, and eventually I noticed it would only happen in the morning after I was the only one at home. It was still a little bit sporadic enough that I didn't really think much of it. Little by little, it's gotten to me. I've been getting an uneasy feeling whenever I hear it, and I started paying more attention to it. Sounds like it's coming from outside, from the direction of the two large dogs. So, I started checking up on them. First, I noticed that as soon as I'd go outside, I can't hear the howling. It's almost like an inside noise that's been made to sound like it's outside. Second, whenever I check on the dogs, they're outside lounging and not in distress. I've even checked the outside security cameras to see if I can catch them howling, but it's clearly not them. Really only tried not to think much of it, especially since it's only happened when I'm alone in the morning. However, on Monday, my son had a day off of school. He heard it as well. And this time I poked my head out the door, and I could not hear any howling. But my son insisted he could hear a muffled howling inside at the same time. Ghosts of the Disneyland Hotel. I've worked for the Disneyland Hotel for more than a year. I worked in one of the many departments that would need to deliver things from our department to the guests' room when they need them. One night at around 11:30 at night, I was making a delivery when I heard a group of children laughing from the pool deck, which is surrounded by a gate. Since I was headed to a guest room, and they'd been given a wait time so they knew when to expect me, I didn't stop to see who was playing in the pool and to check that they were being monitored by at least an adult. After delivering what the guests needed to the room, I headed back where I was supposed to be waiting. That's when I heard more children laughing from the pool deck, as well as some splashing. Since the pool water itself is well lit and the pool deck is poorly lit, I expected at least to be able to see some kids playing in the pool and something resembling an adult within easy hearing range. By the time I had walked up to the gate, which is covered in plants, the laughing and splashing had stopped, and I could see that there was no one anywhere near the pool or pool deck. It really made me wonder what I heard. While I know there's been deaths at the hotel and in its rooms, most recent death happening weeks before this posting, all of the deaths have been adults, making me wonder why I was so sure I was hearing this. I've also been deaf in my left ear since childhood, so any sounds I would have heard would have had to be pretty loud. Third Bridge in Aurora, Colorado. One of the slightly less famous haunted places in Colorado is the Third Bridge. A friend of mine, when I was a teenager, introduced me to the place since I was the only one with any kind of clairvoyant abilities. He wanted at least one clairvoyant person to be with them when they went that night. The place is famous for a Native American massacre. That's where all of the Native Americans were killed, and a lot of the settlers that were there were killed as well. There was also a car accident that happened there that killed a few teenagers that were driving at high speed and lost control of the car. One of them was paralyzed. Part of what they say you can hear is a girl laughing or screaming on the side of the road due to the accident. In the times I've gone, I've heard the drums beating around me. I've been chased out of the area by an older model car, 60s or 70s era. It had a single headlight accompanied on and off by honking from the car and spotted with random disappearances of the car with no natural explanation. I had my leg forcibly pushed down onto a barbed wire fence, which left a puncture wound that left me with a week's worth of light sporadic bleeding in the scar, and felt intense negativity in general. That was the entire time that I was there. One night during the summer while I was heading there, when the windshield fogged up, and it was getting very hard to unfog, even the frost on high, despite it still being 80 degrees that night with no clouds in the sky, I always had to have a drink with me, usually bought from a gas station where I fueled up so it was still cold and I could fill my tank since it was an unlit country road, and So if I needed to throw up at any point while I was there, I'd have something to throw up. While the activity seemed to be limited to the road and a circular copse of trees, the negative energy deteriorating once you'd be back to lit city roads. After these trips, somewhere between 8 and a dozen, I usually had some kind of activity beyond my normal 2 spirits following me home. The first time, it was a dozen of children and teenage hands pushing onto my back for about an hour, which kept me from sleeping. After a few occasions, I would hear loud bangs happening in a room that I wasn't even in. When I went to check on what fell, I couldn't find anything out of the ordinary in the room that, looked like nothing had even fallen. After one trip, I'd been doing laundry. I worked nights, so it was normal for me to be doing laundry between 2 and 3 a.m. on a regular basis. I had gone downstairs to make food, then walked back up to my bedroom, which is past the laundry room. When I looked into the laundry room to see why the washer had stopped, I'd been downstairs for only 20 minutes, nowhere near long enough to be done. I discovered the lid was open and sitting in a normal upright position like it was being loaded. I was the only one home at the time, besides 2 dogs, so it shouldn't have been open at all. I would occasionally also hear my name being called, despite being the only person home beside the pets. I've since moved away from Colorado to California, and I can no longer visit the 3rd bridge. But last night, something interesting happened. I'd be preparing to go to bed at 3:30 in the morning, and after flipping off all the lights, I was struggling to find a comfortable position to sleep in. That's when a female voice whispered my name into my deaf ear. I can almost immediately just sat up, looked around the room to find it empty. A bright light, like a headlight or one of those super strong police flashlights, swept its way through my room, which caused me to sit up and see if anybody was in the yard or if I could see one of the neighbors wandering around through their yards with a flashlight, and I couldn't find anything. Ended up grabbing my bear spray next to the bed just to ease myself into sleeping. The place used to call me back at least once a year, sometimes twice since all the visits, and I'd usually be okay with not visiting for quite some time. I hoped when I moved out of the state I wouldn't hear myself being called by anyone other than my normal 2 ghosts, an adult male and a male child. But it's weird, I heard a woman. Almost wonder if the place could be calling me back like it always used to. Or could it be a new haunting? Changes in known spirits. I have 2 spirits that are regular in my home. One is Paul, a 9-year-old male child, and Christopher, an adult male in his 30s. Paul died in the early 1800s, and Christopher died in the 1920s. And on the occasion I see them, instead of just feeling their presence, their clothing reflects the time period in which they lived. Both of these spirits have been with me for 5+ years. And when I moved from my home in Colorado to my current home in California. And all of the times I've had Paul or Christopher with me, it was always individually. For whatever reason, I never really saw the 2 of them in the same room at the same time for any reason. Other friends who are sensitive to the paranormal have also told me that if one of them enters the room, the other one leaves. They don't stay in the same space. For a while, I had a friend who also had a regularly present spirit as well, named Lily. This friend and I had a major falling out after I moved. The falling out was a long time coming, though. It was just a coincidence that happened after I moved, and Lily isn't a spirit I interacted with much anymore since she was pretty much glued to my former friend. Fast forward to the current day, I moved in October of 2015. I kept my 2 spirits plus Lily until March of 2016 when the friend and I officially had the falling out. Paul and Christopher continued the expected habit of never being in the same room, and Lily had understandably disappeared completely. More recently, in July, the boyfriend of the friend I'd falling out with, and the person that was a partial cause in the falling out, requested access to a book of shadows that I had in my Google Documents and had at one point shared with my former friend. Haven't spoken to either person since the falling out and didn't grant access to the document. In fact, in case my email got hacked into by aforementioned boyfriend, who's way better with computers than me, I emptied the Google Doc and had once held the document and deleted it completely. I figured this would be the end of the issue. No need to fight over something that no longer is there, and something I wouldn't have allowed them to access anyway due to the fact that we're no longer on speaking terms. Soon after denying access to the Book of Shadows Google Doc and deleting everything, I noticed a change in Paul and Christopher. More and more often, they're unwillingly sharing the same space. I see them wandering around, often moving very quickly, near breaking into a run. During the day, while going to or leaving from my bedroom, which is in the back of the house, it's atypical for them to be in a room that I'm not in. Nonetheless, for them to be nearly running from that room when they know I've witnessed them entering it. I've even seen them enter rooms I'm not in together, which is all weird. And just as weird as Lily has come back to my home. She leaves quickly as soon as I've seen her, and if I wake up while she's in my room and she realizes it, she also quickly leaves. On the few occasions that I've caught her in my room at night when I'm there, I often find her rifling through my things. I live with my grandmother, who's 81 at the time posting, like she's searching for something very specific in my items that she can't seem to find. It was funny the first time she did it. It's become incredibly annoying since I can't find important papers missing or rearranged. Does anybody who has experience with ghosts tell me if I should be concerned about these changes? Paul and Christopher I'm very familiar with, and they're both are kind spirits that haven't caused me much trouble. Paul has a habit of playing the occasional innocent prank on me, but since he died at 9, that's expected. No troubles come from Christopher, but I'm less familiar with Lily. I believe her to be responsible for the changes in my spirit, and I'm seriously debating getting rid of her, but I don't really want to if it's nothing I should worry about. Experience on the RMS Queen Mary. Some possibly irrelevant background. I never learned to swim as a child out of pure childhood stubbornness. I won't learn to swim as an adult because I think pools are nasty. Alrighty. Some more relevant background. One of my regular hauntings at home is a 9-year-old boy. Due to a huge difference in hand size, I know the spirit was completely uninvolved in the story. I didn't expect to experience anything when I paid the $30 fee to do the haunted tour of Queen Mary. Really wasn't expecting to experience anything on the tour. Figured a lot of these tours just like to play up the history of these places, and in cases like the Queen Mary, like to play up on the long history of natural and accidental death that happened to happen on that particular place or piece of land. Or metal. Most of the tour was pretty uneventful. Passed quietly as a rather quirky tour guide walked us around and told us about the history and the hauntings around the ship. He shared stories about some of the deaths and some of the hauntings that had been reported to staff over the course of 10 years or more, and more people took these tours, I guess. Overall, it was a very interesting and very informative tour. Over the course of the nearly hour-long tour, there was a lot of history that came into play, and it was incredibly informative. There were 3 kids who I'm guessing were somewhere between 5 and 8, though I'm not really great with kids' ages. They were on tour as well, but they were really well-behaved. So well-behaved, in fact, that I had completely forgotten that there had been any points at the tour that, well, what did I even say? The last stretch of the tour centered around the pool deck, where the quirky tour guide had the most stories to share, which included seeing people lounging by the pool and people seeing wet footprints appearing in the pool deck, despite not seeing anyone on the pool deck to make them, so not to mention the fact that, for legal reasons, the pool had been drained years before. He brought up a little girl named Jackie who tended to haunt the pool deck. There was nothing showing you a young girl with the name Jackie had boarded the ship at any point, and no record that a little girl named Jackie had died on the ship. This didn't really seem to be entirely shocking, since it could be easy enough for a busy ship hand or two to just forget to record her name or any records of her, to possibly smuggle her on board the ship even in a trunk, so who would take notice of the extra passenger on board? Doesn't seem completely absurd when you consider this was a luxury liner on par with the Titanic. During this section of the tour, I had my back to a display showing pictures of the ship's past where nobody could possibly sneak up on me, and the 3 children on the tour were not only within view, but on the other side of the tour group with their families. The guide moved on from Jackie to discussing the hauntings of the engine room. That's when I feel a small child's hand grab my pointer finger, the middle finger, and the thumb of my left hand. My right hand was recording the tour. I can link YouTube videos of the tour for anybody interested, but... It grabbed my hand and it began pulling me in the direction of the bar, which is located behind me. The direction I was being pulled would have been me pulled through the display to head into the direction. I'd guess the age of the child grabbed me was around the age of 5, and at the end of the tour he ended up asking how old Jackie was. Well, at least reported to be, since the guard hadn't really given us an age while discussing her, and he said her reported age was between 5 and 10. Judging by the hand size, I'll guess she was 5, but having a child pass so young is horrible. I feel like the poor little thing didn't get as much life as she deserved, and feel even worse when they're hunting an area. Or haunting, I'm sure. Sleepwalking and paranormal experiences. I've been sleepwalking since I was a little girl. At the time of posting, I'm 27. I've continued to sleepwalk as an adult. As a kid, I'd sleepwalk into my parents' room to sleep on the foot of the bed, and sometimes I'd commonly did this when I woke up in the middle of the night after a nightmare. On multiple occasions, I also sleepwalked and fell down sets of stairs at home and didn't know I'd gotten out of bed before falling. As an adult, it isn't uncommon for me to sleepwalk to the kitchen for a bottle of water or to the bathroom, both of which had been reported to me by my grandmother and, before we moved to different states, my sisters as well. I believe I got this from my dad, who, at his current age of 60, also still sleepwalks and would sleepwalk as a kid. As a kid, I didn't really associate this with anything paranormal, just a normal growing kid who had a habit of getting out of bed without knowing it and doing things. Not weird. As an adult, it changed a little bit. I'd stopped falling downstairs for the most part, give or take a few occasions. On most occasions, when I fell down sets of stairs sleepwalking, it felt like I did when I was a kid. As far as I knew, I was sleeping in my nice warm bed, and then I was actually throwing myself down a set of stairs. Never ended up injured, minus a bruise or two, but nothing noteworthy. Well, that's amazing. The change happened when times almost fell down the stairs. I'd be walking from my room, which was down a hallway and around the corner from the stairs, when I'd feel a hand on my shoulder waking me and keeping me from continuing. I would look around me to see who was in my family that had woken me up to find me sleepwalking and kept me from falling down the stairs, and always found no one. My sisters were always in their rooms, which were near mine, and my mom was still asleep in the master bedroom, which is near the stairs. My dad usually worked nights and was usually at work when these incidents even happened. I'd like to think that these hands were just part of whatever dream I'd been having before waking up, that my mind added them to make sense of why I was near the top of stairs and was waking up there. I was fully awake when I started looking around for who had grabbed me, and I'd still felt that hand there on my shoulder stopping me. Can't seem to make any sense of what would have grabbed me and stopped me from falling if there was no person in the room. And if there's any chance that on these occasions a spirit could have known that I was going to fall, that it needed to stop me those nights because it knew it was going to be another one of those occasions when I couldn't navigate the stairs. Experience at an old job. For about 5 years, I worked in a grocery store chain that had a few 24-hour stores. Most often took the swing shifts, that's 3:30 to midnight. It's because it was the easiest way to keep my schedule consistent, and I always got 40 hours despite being one of the store's part-time employees. The job was around 10 miles from Denver International Airport. That has a conspiracy theory that was built on Native American burial grounds. I'd lived in that general area since I was around 4 and lived in 2 homes that had been haunted. One was built brand new and one was built brand new and no one had lived in it before my family moved in. So I didn't have much doubt that the store that I worked in would be haunted as well, being so close to home, about a mile. One night while I was there, I had to stay until around 3 a.m. because our overnight cashier was going to be running late for some reason, and I didn't know at the time. Management also wouldn't specify. This particular lady had been sick off and on for the entire time I'd worked there and made regular trips to the ER for her illness, or one illness or another. So I didn't really think about having to stay, and at about 12:15 p.m. all the receipt printers made a lot of noise, which I guess isn't uncommon for that late at night, since 12:15 p.m. is what the computers consider end of business day. I'm assuming you mean AM. We had an armed security guard who was a military vet. I think he ever told me the branch, and I never asked. I refuse to make vets remember any of their service that they don't want to remember. It was one of those old-fashioned walk a lady out to her car at the end of the shift types, which I loved. I always made a point to stand about 10 feet from the security door, and I left since not walking me out was something that he wasn't going to allow to happen. He also heavily monitored the cameras in the store, which was in a bad neighborhood with a high crime rate, to make sure he wasn't missing anyone nefarious walking around in the store. Since he and almost all the other security had been in the store was armed with a visible handgun, I never really worried about anything happening. At about 2 a.m., the store usually completely died out with the exception of a few night crew stokers. I'm assuming they mean stalkers. Typically 6 or less, usually less. Whoever the cashier on duty was, and if you were having a really good night, one customer worked nights that shopped that late to keep their sleep schedule. I was bored, staring back and forth between a candy rack in front of me and one of the night crew guys that I thought was kind of cute. Couldn't really ask out because he was openly gay when I watched a cardboard display of gum move a little bit. This being Colorado on a clear night with no wind, no earthquakes, and nothing anywhere near it to topple the display, I zoned in on it. I stared at this display for what I don't know how long, trying to see if the stokers moving boxes around in the aisles nearby were messing with the weak legs of the display. There was no movement from the display no matter how hard any of the boxes hit the floor. I've had ADHD since I was a kid. I'm often moving or shifting around, and it's really uncommon for me to not be doing any sort of repetitive movement to help me stay entertained. Since I was so busy intently watching the display to see if it was going to move again, I hadn't thought to shuffle like everything was normal in case the security guard was watching the tills in front, which even at night often had 1,500 more in them, making them a huge focus for security, which he turned out to be. This particular guard had worked with me for at least 2 hours a night for around 3 years at this point and was very aware of what, normal behavior for me was. Hadn't actually heard the security door click behind me or heard him walking up because of my hyper-focus, and he asked if everything was okay. I said yeah, and I didn't mention the display moving since he was notably afraid of the paranormal. We discussed it a few times, and I was, typically close to getting off my shift, and my management was at the tills until around midnight, or run-on sentences are bothering me today. Do you think the burial grounds being so close to the store could made one of... Okay, this guy's not getting off the hook. ADHD or not, I can't read what you're writing. Next story. Noises. I live in what I'm guessing is an older home at the moment. I say guessing because I rent and the landlords are in their early 80s. The house was also built before central heating and AC was a thing, so the house doesn't have either. There's not even air vents anywhere in the house. The windows are also all single-pane windows without a whole lot of sound to block them. I currently live with my grandma, who's 82 and in pretty good health. Other than using a walker to help her get around, there's nothing else really wrong. The walker is also really, really loud. I often know when she's waking up in the hallway or walking from the bedrooms in the back of the house because I can hear the walker creaking as she walks up the hallway. I live in Southern California, so the house really isn't that big. For the past week or so, I've been getting up at around 9 a.m. to study the menus of the restaurant I just started working in, since I have to have it memorized as soon as possible, and I've noticed a strange sound that sounds a lot like breathing coming from the hallway. At first, I figured it was something outside. I made sure I looked out of the window, which is behind the couch and the one I always sit on, to see if I could pinpoint something outside that was going on. I've also gotten up from the couch while I'm hearing the sound to see if I'm hearing my grandma walking around, maybe without the walker, only to find that she's not in the bathroom and still sleeping in her bed. Her dog is often sleeping on the bed with her. Really struggling to find a non-paranormal explanation for this, despite the fact that part of me wants one. I've lived in this house around 2 years now. Moved in right before Halloween of 2015. Nothing's been renovated in the time I've lived here, though at some point before that a bathroom was added. No other renovation has occurred to the house since then, making this breathing sound even weirder. It's been happening for around a week at the time I'm posting this, despite the change in my sleep schedule. Before getting up at 9 at the last week, I was getting up around at noon, but I haven't been tired. I've had more than enough time to adjust, yet I'm still hearing it. Any ideas would be appreciated. A friend's experiences. I have a friend who's had something weird happen health-wise recently. A few months ago, she started having a few issues. Her blood sugar was too high and her kidney function was way too low. This friend drinks anywhere between 12 and 20 sodas daily and was informed by both friends and her doctor that she needed to seriously cut back on the soda, which she has, to the best of my knowledge at least. She sees her primary care doctor around once a month or so they can monitor some degeneration of the discs in her back, so they know where to fuse more of them surgically and to keep track of how the gnarly painkiller she's been taking affects her health. Fast forward to about a week ago. She's wandering about the home that she shares with her parents and her child. I believe her child would have been with her ex-husband since he has weekend custody, and she basically gets extremely violent and incoherent. Her parents dial 911. She gets taken to the closest ER, which is a town or two over, and they find out that she needs to be put on heart medication for life and needs a heart monitor as well. Neither her or her doctor, who she's seen days before this, had any reason to believe that there was anything wrong with her heart before this point. She's noticed some signs of haunting in this home her entire life. Been hearing about them for the 8 or so years I've known her. Most of the stories I've heard had involved toys without batteries or wiring or any ability to move on their own moving across the room. Her daughter also has one of those toy lawnmowers with plastic balls on the top that make noise when the kid pushes it, to which made a noise a few times when her daughter is very notably at her ex-husband's for the weekend. Mr. Bucket. She lives in Minnesota, which doesn't have earthquakes that I know of, and these incidents have always seemed to take place outside of tornado season. And as a teenager, she's now in her mid-30s, she remembers seeing a black shadow behind her in the mirror as she brushed her teeth. She'd turn around and the shadow would be gone. She wouldn't see them again for at least the rest of the day. She seems attached to the idea that despite not seeing these things for more than 10 years and never being able to look directly at them, that they might be linked to her heart problems. Anyway, they could be linked. The Third Bridge in Colorado. The biggest story involved local Native Americans and a local settlement. Like many places in the early America, a war ended up happening and the Native Americans in the area got massacred. To this day, you can hear the war drums from the tribe playing as they approach. There was also a car crash rumored to have happened. Several teens were in the car out there and driving at high speed, as teenagers do. There was a single survivor left disabled. My experiences. It started in 2006 in a way most of us that make it out there do. I had a friend who knew how to get there, and I had a car. We waited until it was dark and we headed out. As someone who's always been a little bit sensitive, the place was like a guy punch. Okay, maybe a gut punch? We'll go with they said. A guy punch. I had to work to get out of the car, and work extra hard to get off the road. Explored the area, and I took pictures and had lots of floating dirt in them, but no evidence. This is the only time I've heard the drums play. They were always distant, and we could never really nail down a location. It was always changing. On the way back, something else happened. We had something that was clearly a border collie run into the road, and when I got out to check for it, since we'd obviously hit it, there was no dog. My friend claimed to have spoken to the property owner, and they had lost a collie that way years before. I probably went maybe once every year or two after that. Same gut punch every time. While I never had the drums or the dog come back up, I had other experiences. It was a 90-degree night, and I was one turn away. My windshield fogged so severely I couldn't see through it. A car with one headlight chased me out of the area every time. I constantly felt, looked at, and followed. Never felt like I was welcome there. Stopped going back when I left the state, and I still feel called back sometimes. Most times I'm glad I'm so far away. My experience with the child ghost. I'd like to preclude this story with the fact that my family on both sides has mental health issues. Bipolar disorder is heavy on my mother's side, like you literally don't want to be in the middle child here. Middle child is always bipolar, and it might skip you if you have, just two kids. And there's schizophrenia that an uncle had until his passing in 2011. I've never really seen a professional. I can't confirm that this wasn't a blip based on family history. Now on to the story. I lived in a large two-story house in Denver with a lot of large windows and 3 sliding doors. I remember my parents complaining that a house with nearly 30 windows should come with free curtains because of how high the bill would end up being. If the sun was up, like it was up on this day, it was bright in this house. The smallest windows were our bathrooms, and they were still large enough that you'd have an average adult and you could still use them to escape. It should also be noted the youngest person living in this house was 17, and while one of my parents' friends had a young child, he was 3. One morning in the middle of the summer, I was on the ground floor, just brushing my teeth at around 11 a.m. This was a day so sunny, even the view of the golf course I was on was bright enough to blind you. Eventually, spit into the sink in front of me, and looked over my right shoulder in the mirror because I felt like I was being watched. And what I spotted was a young boy around 9, standing behind me in clothing that appeared to be from 1905. I immediately whipped around, assuming my home had either been broken into or this kid knew my immediate neighbors and he had come to help when they wouldn't put their guns away, but found no one. Wandered the entire house to make sure there was no child, and there wasn't. Still can't explain why I saw that apparition. Haunted Old Theater. About 30 years ago, I spent several years working in a movie theater in Worcester, Massachusetts. My favorite was a huge old building that had been chopped up into 4 separate cinemas. It had been a beautiful theater back when it was built in 1926 as the Poli Palace. Although it had been semi-destroyed during modernization in the late 50s, there were still many original features of the building that remained. As a manager, I'd been issued a big keychain that gave me access to the entirety of the building. I spent countless hours exploring nearly every part of that building except the curtain loft. which would have required climbing an iron ladder about 80 feet. Nope. The building had attics and basements and crawl spaces. There was an area in the front of the building off the second floor that had 2 or 3 abandoned businesses that had been walled off. There was a music store and a ballet studio and maybe an office. There was also a bathroom. Everything looked like it was from the 1940s or 50s, faded wallpaper with ballerina motifs, a peeling mirror on the wall. In another section of the building was an old manager's office with high ceilings and crown molding and a beautiful stained glass window that I believed to be dated back to 1912 and had previously been part of an adjacent theater. There was still an old safe in the office. I found a newspaper article in the public library from 1942 or 44 that detailed an armed robbery when 2 men had tied up the management in the office and robbed a safe. One of those men was later executed in an electric chair for an unrelated crime. He used the old manager's office to store giant 30-gallon bags of popcorn. Sort of a crawl space underneath the box office that was accessible by lifting a hinged plywood panel climbing over a 4-foot wall. On the other side, there were the remains of a couple of basement rooms with a couple broken concrete and bricks strewn about. In one of those rooms, I found an old flared Coca-Cola glass in perfect condition, kept it for years. I also found a deck of cards and a handmade leather pouch with a snap closure fashioned out of a buffalo nickel. There's also old dressing rooms with makeup mirrors and light bulbs. The paint was peeling off the walls in potato chip-sized flakes. And as you can surmise, the building was purportedly to be haunted. The head manager claimed to have had ghostly experiences, and I'll start there, I guess. When the building was remodeled in the late 1950s, the men's room in the basement was converted into the manager's office. One night while closing up, the manager, being my boss, made his way up the stairs to the main lobby. As he emerged, something caught his eye. Way up by the ornate 30-foot ceiling, he saw an apparition floating there. Disappeared into the ceiling. Terrified, he ran back down the stairs and hid in the office until daylight. Another time, he was again working late. There were several arcade machines in an area of the lobby. They were normally powered off when late-night shows were in. He climbed the stairs and he heard all the machines making their electronic beeps and boops. He was annoyed that the usher had failed to turn off the machines before punching out and realized that he'd have to turn them off himself. As soon as he'd opened the door, the noises stopped dead. Looking across the lobby from where he emerged, the machines were all dark. They were indeed powered off. A projectionist claimed that he looked out of the booth window one night of the big theater upstairs while shutting things down and saw a face looking in at him. I take those stories with a grain of salt. I was always skeptical of those based on the sources. But here's my experience. I was obsessed with the history of the building, and I would research newspaper archives for articles about it. There were rumors that a stagehand had died there in an accident during the time that it had been a vaudeville theater. I was never able to confirm that. I had talked about the building to my mother, and she'd kind of, in turn, happened to discuss it with a woman that she worked with. That woman claimed to be psychic or clairvoyant, or maybe that she just would get feelings about things. She told my mother that she had been to that theater and that she felt that somebody had indeed been killed there, and that his name began with the letter M. My reaction was, okay, sure, she sounds nutty. Sometime later, I was the sole manager on duty on a slow night midweek. I was alone in the office in the basement. The 7 o'clock shows were in and I was doing paperwork. The intercom buzzed and it was the box office cashier calling to tell me I had a phone call. I asked who it was and she said that she didn't know. Hung up the intercom and pushed the button for the main incoming line where the call was holding. The earpiece interrupted with loud, closed squealing and static. I used the word close because it was so loud and distinct that I assumed it was something wrong with the phone, PBX, or the building rather than the line itself or the caller's phone. It was just the impression that I had. "Hello?" I said. Nothing, just more squealing and static. "Hello?" I repeated. "Hello," a man's voice, calm, flat, distinct, and then nothing further. "Who is this?" I was a bit perplexed, all the noise on the line and the caller seemingly reluctant to speak. "This is Mike." It was calm and quiet, not shouting over the noise of the line, quite audible and clear. Then nothing but the awful squealing and static. I waited a few seconds for the caller to continue. After all, he'd called me. Presumably, there was a reason. Nothing. "Mike who?" I said, feeling a little bit impatient. Mike is a common name, and there were 2 Mike employees there at the time, and one of them had a fairly high-pitched voice that sounded nothing like the caller. Didn't sound like the other Mike either. The line abruptly went dead, silent. The squealing and the hissing stopped. I waited, no one called back. I called Sandy, the box office cashier, and asked her if they had asked for me personally, or just speak to the manager, and she said that the caller had asked for me by name. And suddenly I remembered my mother's friend, the man's name belonging with the letter M, Mike. Never happened again, and the phone never made those noises. No one ever confesses to a prank. Never figured out who it was. Haunted bed and breakfast in Savannah. More than 20 years ago, I and my then-wife took a trip to Savannah. We stayed in a bed and breakfast that was comprised of 2 large townhouses separated by a beautiful lush garden. The innkeeper told us stories of strange happenings that occurred in the building. Of course, just about every bed and breakfast is haunted, and as they tend to increase the appeal with the kind of person who likes to stay there, myself included. The inn was built in the 19th century. Sits in a beautiful historic district close to Forsyth Park. Savannah is supposedly a very haunted city, with ghost tours and stories galore. If you spend time there among the old houses and moss-draped trees, it's easy to start seeing ghosts. The inn is beautiful. And thinking back, it might have been the second time we stayed there. My favorite place in Savannah, and always a wonderful experience. The staff was very friendly and professional. I don't necessarily enjoy chatting with all other guests, but I do like to talk to the staff. The room we were staying in had a little balcony overlooking the street. We went out there after dinner, and within 30 seconds a very large flying beetle smacked right into my forehead. Okay, time to go inside. We didn't experience anything ghostly or unusual at all that evening. But the next morning, the bathroom had a nice clawfoot tub with a shower curtain around it. I was showering the next morning in the tub, and I step out and I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror. My heart almost leapt out of my chest. The mirror over the bathroom sink was covered with a light coating of condensation, but I could still see my face clearly reflected. The odd thing was that my eyes appeared almost completely black. The effect was, for lack of a better word, demonic. It was my face, but the eyes were downright terrifying. When I overcame my initial shock, I took a closer look at the mirror. I figured out that although the features on my face were reflected accurately, for some reason the pupils of my eyes were hugely magnified so that in the reflection they appeared to fill the entire diameter of each eye. The effect was really frightening. I examined my reflection, trying to determine why this was happening, but I couldn't. I didn't, and I still don't believe how this worked. Never seen it before, and it's never happened again. Called my wife in to show her and observed the same thing happening with her eyes. I guess this might not be a real ghost story, but it was really strange and inexplicable. Wish I had a photograph of the effect, but I don't. Anybody else ever experienced anything like that? Once with really, really, really old glass. Like, really old glass. Scared the heck out of me and didn't even leave a tip. April 15th, 2016. I, working as a waitress at this little dying Irish pub and restaurant in Poughkeepsie, New York. Oh, I'm sorry. That sounds awful. I had the morning brunch and lunch opening shift and had finished my side work. It was usually so dead. There wasn't much of anything to do except stare at my phone or do schoolwork. I was standing at the Waitress station with my back to the kitchen door. I was messaging and Snapchatting. We weren't really quite open yet. About 20 minutes to open. That's when I heard the doors to the dining room open and the floor creak from across the room. I was in the middle of taking a selfie and had to look up to see who was coming in. The movement of this can be seen in the attached photo. When I looked up, there was no one. I went through the dining room doors, through the corridor to the bar room. I asked the bartender if anybody had just come in. She said nobody had been in yet, likely because we weren't open for another few minutes. When I went back to my phone, I saw the photo I had just taken. In the window of the door to the kitchen that I had just cleaned as side work, I saw a figure who must have been watching me playing on my phone. Went into the kitchen to ask the cook if somebody was back there who matched the description of the figure in the photo. He said it had been him back there. My guess is the window's about 5'7" because I'm 5'4", and I had to stand on my tiptoes to look through it. Nobody in the building matched that figure's physical form. The only two people in the building aside from myself was the female bartender with big poofy shoulder-length hair standing about my height. The other was the Puerto Rican cook, who was shorter than me. After the initial shock, I wasn't too bothered. I'd constantly worked late shifts by myself and frequently heard whispers, creaking floors, bumps, and knocks without explanation. I'd like to know the name of that place. I know where you're talking about. Whistling out of nowhere. About 2 nights ago, I was with my girlfriend and her sister in their backyard smoking a few joints in my car. We smoke often, so just, a few joints isn't really anything. Around 8 p.m., her sister went inside. We live in New York, in the Bronx to be exact, so the sun has been setting at around 7 p.m. and completely dark by 8. So now it was just me and my girl chilling, and I'm rolling up and we're talking about getting rowdy and then laughing, nothing out of the ordinary. In her backyard, there's a parking lot for about 4 cars, but they were all out, and I was parked closest to her neighbor's fence on the right facing the road, so I can see all the way down the driveway, and directly behind me is a mesh fence that you can clearly see through. As they wrote, throughout that fence is a church. Over on my right is her neighbor's yard and a garden that you can see in. Saying all this to let you know that I had a great view of her entire yard from the front and the back and the sides, so I could have seen anyone or anything coming easily. While you were rolling a joint, though. Well, while we're talking out of nowhere, I both hear a whistle, or rather we both do, about 2 seconds long, loud and clear. Immediately freaked us both out so much that we ended up from the passenger seat onto my lap. But I was able to keep my composure and calm her down and get her back to her side of the seat. This took about 3 minutes, and we were talking about trying to find a logical explanation for what had just happened. And while we were doing this, and basically calling anything paranormal not real and dismissing it as a cat or a squirrel or even my car, it happened again, directly in my girlfriend's ear, loud and clear. I even heard it coming from her ear area. It was as if it was ensuring us that it can hear whistling out of nowhere. Or, it was as if it was ensuring us it can hear whistling out of nowhere. Us, and disagrees. My radio was of AC on low, as it was a little chilly and windows closed tight, but it was as if the whistle was right next to her in the car. Stayed for another 20 minutes. Decided she was too uncomfortable to stay there. She says weird things always happened at her house, and I never really would take it seriously. Let her know that I don't believe in stuff like that. This time, though, I experienced it, and I looked and tried to think of everything to explain it, but I can't, which brings me here. Anybody know what this could mean or be, more scientific than religious? I just want an explanation. Now, this is a tough one. My girlfriends, her sister, and her brother did put me on to some things that they have experienced growing up in their house, and I found it really interesting. Until next time. Welcome to Paranormal M, where mystery and the supernatural reign. Subscribe and hit notifications. Stay updated on our latest spooky episodes. Prepare for a thrilling, eerie journey. My cat and the doors in the hall. Little context. Until this year, I had a cat named Murray. He came to live with us in 2007 and died earlier this year. He was anywhere from 19 to 22 years old. Murray was a prolific mouse hunter, and we were not the types to own outdoor cats. For one, we lived way too close to the busy highway, and for two, it was heartbreaking if the cat never really came home. So we only kept indoor cats, provided them with as much enrichment as possible. As such, because we also had a decent mouse problem, the cats were pretty much allowed on the property to hunt in the basement. At least if they so chose. And Murray was the best mouser I'd ever seen, even to this day. He was a vocal cat, and he knew to tell us when he wanted to go downstairs in the basement, and smart enough to know that the doors opened by pushing down on the handle. When he wanted to come up, it wasn't uncommon that he would stand on his hind legs, grab the handle with his paws, and attempt to pull it downward. The handle was rather, well, as they said, film, but maybe, would it rather film? It was rather firm. Took a little bit of oomph to open. The basement doors and the small hall, that also includes the door to the bathroom right next to it, and the pantry door next to that. This is where this story starts. It was probably around 2012 or 2013. I had a habit of staying up late, so I was around maybe 3 a.m. Sitting on the couch, which is really not that far from the little bathroom hall, where I started hearing the sound of the basement door shaking. I was a little agitated because clearly someone let Murray downstairs. And at the time, he and the other cat were just being treated for fleas and worms. Which is one of the times they're not supposed to go downstairs. Must have been down there for hours because I was the only one awake since maybe 11 p.m. I got up to open the door and let Murray upstairs with a, "Murray! Who let you down there?" But just before grabbing the door handle to let him up, I heard his telltale meow. It was just to my left. I turned around to see Murray sitting on the shelf across from the bathroom, looking at the basement door rattling. This terrified me. But then it got worse. Turned back to the door because if it's not Murray, then who or what? Oh, we had another cat at the time named BB. But she had been on the couch when I got up, so it couldn't have been her. Just then, the door handle starts rattling up and down as if somebody's trying to open it. But they just can't get it to open. After a moment, starts shaking more violently as if whatever it was getting frustrated at the door not opening. At this point, I was done. Put a wooden chair in front of the door, grabbed my cat, and went to bed. The rattling stopped after about a minute after I left, and I had to explain to my mom why I had put the chair there. I'd like to think that I'm a skeptical believer in the paranormal. I like to exhaust any reason it's not a haunting before defaulting to a haunting. Had the door only rattled and shook, I would have just said it was a draft or some nice trying to wiggle under the door or something. Nice. But the sturdy handle jiggling made me nope out. Can't explain that. I was too afraid to open the door and see what was on the other side. My dad super didn't want help when I went to tell him what happened. That door handle doesn't work that way. Pushing it down one side doesn't push it down on the other. If you saw it was moving on your side of the door. Thanks, Dad. I hate it. So instead of spookable in the basement with the door safely between us, it's a spookable up here with me that wants to go down there. I'd hoped this story would be over. My mom apparently experienced this, I guess a month later. The next time it happened, I had a bedroom across from the little hall, and Murray changed his porch to the end table next to my bed to watch the door. The door doing its shenanigans at night. Last year, Murray got sick. He got better, but never fully recovered because of just how old he was. He lost a lot of muscle mass and was running on one kidney. Just didn't have it in him to, mouse hunt anymore. Me and him got really close while he was sick. I wish he had bonded like that earlier in his life and had more time like that. He was a very independent cat, and I guess we just chose me as his companion for the end of his life. Inevitably, his other kidney gave out, and losing him was extremely hard. The vet gave him back to us in a little brown urn. We decided to put it on the shelf in the hall where we used to sort of perch it before getting sick, or rather, where he used to perch before he got sick. This last year, my family was looking to buy this little farmhouse and fix it up. They didn't want to sell the old house, so my sister moved in to watch the place. A bit before moving, I was in the kitchen when the door started rattling again. I then hear a loud bam and scoot over there and see what happened. My mom, brother, and younger sister were already there and had been watching the door jiggle. I asked what that loud noise was, and my sister says it just shot off the shelf and hit the pantry door. I look in the direction to see Murray's urn in the floor in front of the pantry. Yeah, of all the bric-a-brac on the shelf, the only thing that flew off was Murray's urn. Honestly, I saw red, and this was the only time I had ever acknowledged whatever this was. And while my mom scrambled to collect Murray, I just screamed at the door. "Leave him alone, he's already gone." The door rattle kept going for a few more minutes before stopping. Mom put Murray's remains on the mantel by the pellet stove instead. I live up at the farm now most days of the week, and to be honest, it's quiet here. There's really only been one supernatural occurrence here, and it wasn't a big deal. And Murray's urn sits in the kitchen next to my mom's dog's urn. About 2 hours ago, I was helping my mom put drywall mud up in the room that we gutted when her phone started making her text notification sound. One after another. She got about 7 in 15 seconds, and the only person who does that is my younger sister when something's wrong. The phone starts ringing and Mom answers it. My sister's scared shitless on the other end of the line, and apparently, the door at the old house started rattling in the hall. She went over and looked, and after watching it for a few moments, the door handle just falls off the door. She's packing an overnight bag and coming to the farm for the night. Or at least until my older sister gets home, so she won't be home alone. My encounter as a kid, and why it still gives me chills. So about 15 years ago, I had an encounter with what I assumed was something paranormal. I've told this story to friends, and some say a guardian angel, others say a ghost. My family and I would have a cool thing we did called movie night. We would set up the living room with blankets and pillows as a giant makeshift bed. We'd go over to Blockbuster, rent a few movies, and grab snacks. Well, fast forward to the end of this night. I'm the only one up. My entire family is asleep in the living room. To this day, I still don't know what it was, but I decided to get up and just go into my parents' bedroom. I went onto their bed and I tried to sleep completely alone. Then a strange sequence of events happened within 10 seconds. The air around me grew extremely cold, so much so it gave me a rush of anxiety. I heard a whisper from something, as if it's right near my ear. I don't remember the words. Then someone grabbed my right hand and pulled it slightly. I felt the fingers as they grasped and pulled. I jumped up and ran to the living room where my family slept. I didn't scream. Maybe I was too scared. Didn't wake my family up because I just wanted to sleep. The craziest part of the story is I had no clue what sign of paranormal activity were, like icy cold temperatures. I do now. This was the only paranormal experience I had, aside from a sleep paralysis event I had as a kid, but this event above always keeps that belief that there is more than just us out here, or here, or there. I just fell flat on my face on the last word, really. I'm a complete skeptic all of my life, and I think I saw an apparition. Maybe it stayed around. Like a week ago, me and my girlfriend got home from thrift store shopping. We were in our kitchen just putting down our bags, casually talking with her, and I feel someone coming through us, then going out to the kitchen door into the living room. I live with my nephew, so my brain immediately thinks it's him trying to make sense of it, but he's not home. I feel this weird haze and dizziness, and I faintly see the back top of someone's torso with a blue Hawaiian shirt and blondish to white shoulder-length hair. They just rushed right into the living room. I felt confused because I've never seen or felt anything like this, and I'm in my 30s. I let my girlfriend know, and she just talks to him, saying that if he's going to be around, be nice. She believes in these things more than me. She had some experiences before, apparently. Just I'd trip out and I'd laugh it off. A few days later, we're in our room and about to watch a movie. That's when out of nowhere she moves on the bed and there's a random pile of beach sand there. We had made the bed before and eaten there without seeing this. Track back and think, how could it have gotten there? We have no idea. We had been to the beach, or rather, we had been to the beach like a month ago, but had done laundry and put away everything we used. And now today we're sitting in our living room scrolling through our phones, and all of a sudden we hear some keys fall in our kitchen. My girlfriend jumps up to go to the room because she doesn't have pants on, and we again think it's my nephew coming in. I go check, and my keys are in the floor with my sunglasses. They were on the hook in the wall with a carabiner, and now they lay on the floor. We grab them, put them back, and kind of fling them around, push them, and they're not falling from that hook. Weird. So, like I said, I'm a skeptic, and I don't really believe in paranormal things, but ever since we went to that antique shop and brought back some stuff, these unexplainable things have been happening. Trying to find logic and the physics to them, but they're kind of not making sense. I'm not scared, just intrigued. And there must be an explanation, but definitely boggling my mind a bit. Stuff we got, if anybody's interested or has dealt with something similar. A 1970s mug, 2 trinket boxes, 1 wood, 1 metal with Egyptian decor. A candle holder, a book, Do Cats Think? What did I see? I grew up in Northern California, Santa Rosa, to be specific. We lived in a very small row of pretty cheap houses, in the middle of a growing industrial area, not really being terribly close to many shops and not having an overabundance of kids my own age to play with. I rode my bike quite a bit, and I used to spend a fair amount of time riding my bike down to the Sonoma County Airport. With a sweet, a second time, fully stocked vending machine. And then back to our own street. It was on one of these treks as a 9-year-old that I saw something that I still can't explain. It looked, for lack of any better description, like a golden oval at a slight angle. Whatever it was, it definitely wasn't touching the ground. I could see space underneath it. It didn't particularly make any noise, rather the opposite. I noticed the closer it got, the less I could hear anything around me. Again, we were in the middle of a busy industrial district with a cement factory and a gunstock manufacturing plant within 2 blocks. However, the closer the object came, the more oppressive the silence became. It was spinning and moving about the same speed as a car as it came toward me. It paused at the stop and then turned to the left down the intersection road. And again, it just looked like a golden oval that seemed to be muting everything in its vicinity. My lizard brain told me to get away from it. I pedaled with all my might back toward my house. Continued down the road until I was out of sight. At the time, my best guess was that it was some kind of angel. I'd read that it might look like wheels, and it seems like the best fit to me. Since then, I've read a lot about other people's encounters with the unknown, but I've never seen anything quite matching what I saw. Haunting went dormant. Reactivating again? When I first moved into my boyfriend's house, he told me his former roommates adamantly maintained the house was haunted. They'd both seen and heard multiple inexplicable instances while living there, and when I first moved in about a year ago, I definitely noticed a presence in the house for sure. There were 3 major incidents that confirmed the haunting for me. The first was one night when my boyfriend was at work, 3rd shift. So I was home alone from about 11 p.m. to 5 or 6 a.m. Just me and the cat. Woo, at the time at least, was a little bit wary of me at first, but was happy to have someone to let him in and out of, for his cat leisure. One night at around 2 or 3 in the morning, I was watching Netflix. I paused because I kept hearing an odd sound. Thought at first it might be the cat coughing up a hairball. It almost sounded like that, but there was something just off about it. Went into the room the sound seemed to be coming from, and the cat has a tendency to slink under the couch when he's feeling particularly unsociable. So I knelt to see if he was ensconced down there. I couldn't see, so I got up and turned the light on. Immediately, the weird wheeze and rasp and cough stopped. At that point, I saw the cat wedged between the TV stand and the wall on the other side of the room and looked absolutely terrified. So I scooped him up, brought him on the other side of the room. And at that location, he stayed glued to my side for the rest of the night. The second incident was not my sighting, but my boyfriend's. He was coming home from work and putting up at the front of the house, and he was just pulling up to the sidewalk, and he claimed that he saw a woman on his front step. She was wearing a long white gown and had flowing black hair. Most disconcerting of all is she was looking straight at him, he said. Our next-door neighbor's cherry tree passed between them as he drove past it, and she was suddenly gone. He came in the door looking extremely disconcerted. "Were you just outside?" he asked. I'd been running around trying to get ready to leave for work, having just gotten dressed in clothes that were decidedly not a long white gown. The final incident was really more a weird series of events. My boyfriend and I were both seeing what we thought was our cat out of the corner of our eye, only to discover him in a completely different room or a spot that we couldn't possibly have gotten to so quickly from where we thought we saw him. Another odd occurrence was just out of morbid curiosity. I left my laptop camera recording when my boyfriend and I went to the grocery store. Upon getting back and reviewing it, there was only one sound that didn't seem like traffic or cat sounds. It was a brief, rumbling little growl. There was also a number of times when our cat went missing only to turn up trapped in the basement. We always make a point of leaving the door open if he follows us in there, which is why this stood out to us so much. We would get home from the store or whatever and find the door closed and the poor furry fella meowing pitifully to be let out. After that, there was sort of a dormant period, for lack of a better description. We didn't see or hear anything especially strange. However, in the last couple of weeks, my boyfriend and I both began seeing something out of the corners of our eyes again. Yesterday, when I was painting in our sunroom, I looked down to see my water cup sliding across the wooden shelf of my easel. I had brought my laptop in and set it into an empty chair just to have some background noise, and once I looked up, I saw the cursor moving across the screen, just out of reach and while I was completely alone in the house. Has anybody else ever lived somewhere that went through phases of dormancy and then seemed to reactivate itself? Not necessarily personally, but the mouse thing, yeah, I'm staring at it right now. House definitely no longer dormant. For anyone who's curious, seems like whatever entity lives in our house has indeed woken back up. There have been a couple of incidents in the last few weeks that have assured me of this. Both my boyfriend and I have noticed a lot more strange noises in the house. We generally assumed that it was the cat initially. But there's been more than one instance of inexplicable knockings, tappings, etc. when our cat's curled up within sight. Now the house is quite old, having been built in 1910, so we of course account for the usual creaks and stuff, especially with our old gas heating system and most of the main floor being wood. However, too many times we've been sitting watching something in the living room and heard either what sounds like someone running up from the basement, or somebody in another room just shuffling things around. A couple of weeks ago, my boyfriend and I were in the kitchen preparing dinner. I was at the sink washing off some of the spoons that we'd been using, and my boyfriend was at the stove, decidedly out of reaching distance. We were chatting about our days when I felt a tap in the middle of my back. Think of somebody sitting behind you trying to get your attention. It was that sort of touch. I also felt my hoodie get tugged on. I assumed it was my boyfriend being silly and asked him what was up. He was very confused and asked what I meant. I said, "You poked me. Did you need to get to the sink or something?" I glanced back toward him and he was at the stove looking at me very perplexed. He was very adamant that he hadn't touched me. His theory was the entity was trying to go back down to the basement and we were in the way. His old roommates who lived with him for a couple of years both had seen or heard an entity come down the steps from upstairs and walk into the kitchen, or vice versa. The second incident happened a couple of nights ago. I'm a very hot sleeper, so I usually just have a light blanket wrapped over my middle with my feet out so I don't overheat. On a Saturday night, I was woken up by the need to go to the bathroom. So while I was lying in bed, letting my eyes adjust to the dark room, I felt something grab my foot. It felt like a playful gesture, but it still absolutely scared the hell out of me. I didn't end up going back to sleep that night, but nothing else did happen. We saw the same little girl. 9 years ago, I was 13 years old. I used to live in this house that I experienced quite a few paranormal experiences, or at least things I couldn't explain rationally. One Sunday morning, my family and I were getting ready to go to church. The only people that were home at the time was me, Mom, 3 brothers, and my brother's girlfriend. Anyways, when I had finished putting on my clothes, I was walking toward the kitchen while putting on my belt. I wasn't watching what I was really doing or going because I already knew where my kitchen is. So I'm facing down toward my belt, putting it on as I enter the kitchen. Yes, Gecko. In the corner of my eye, I see a little girl, maybe 3 to 4 years old, sitting on the top of the stove, and she's slowly swinging her legs, looking down with her hands at her sides, holding herself up. She's wearing jean overalls with white long sleeves and white knee socks. She had black hair down to her shoulders, lots of colorful hair ties in it. I was able to capture these details in a 1 to 2 second time frame. Completely ignored, and I keep walking and acted like I didn't even notice it and continued to make my cereal. I make my way back to the living room where everybody but my mom is. She was in her room getting ready. From the living room, you can see our balcony, and we have a sliding screen door with no blinds because we're really too lazy to go buy something. Anyways, we're just watching TV, and my brother's girlfriend goes, "Is that your cousin N on the balcony?" I didn't know she was visiting. My cousin N lives in another state and never visited during this time frame. I told her that she's in another state, and why would she visit during the time that, we'd be without parents? Because she was also 3 or 4 years old at the time. Whoa. I asked her to describe what the girl looked like, and she described the same girl I'd seen in my kitchen. Still get chills about it to this day. My history of demonic activity. To begin with, I should explain some basic personal history, and identities and real names not revealed, obviously. I have a family of 5 plus 2 spouses. What? What? My parents, my 2 brothers, my oldest brother's wife, and mine. Hold on, let me roll call that again. I have a family of 5 plus 2 spouses. My parents. Yeah, Gecko, I know what you mean. My parents, my 2 brothers, my oldest brother's wife, and mine. So, okay, I'm just going to assume you're referring to your brother's wife as your additional spouse. Moving on. Before getting married, moving out with my wife, I lived in the same house for 19 years. My parents bought it when I was like 6 months old, and I got married during college, so I've really only ever known that house and my current apartment. I had some traumatic experiences when I was very young, got her pretty much tied to one of the rooms in my parents' house. Then a few years later, my parents had me move into that room. During my time in that room, I started having vicious nightmares, all involving me watching helplessly as the people I loved were brutally murdered in graphic and creative ways, in which one constant fixture was a figure that seemed to be observing everything and watching me, from a distance though, never directly interacting with the chaos but always on the edge of my vision. This figure always looked the same, a tall mass of complete blackness with the exception of an antlered animal skull where its head would be. Anyway, when I went to college, moving out of that room, the nightmares stopped completely. I didn't have a single one until I came home for winter break and stayed in that room again. During that break, my then fiancé stayed a few nights at my house with me. We slept in separate rooms, but both on the same floor. During the night, she texted me that she was having a panic attack and she thought she was seeing a figure. When I asked what it looked like, she described the figure from my dreams exactly. I told her to start reading Psalms in hopes that it might help. She immediately felt better. Not sure if it was because of the scripture itself or a placebo, but I'm a firm Christian, so I think that it did help. We talked for a while about it before deciding to keep an eye out for more spooky shit. That night I had the worst nightmares of my life. The next morning I felt numb and out of commission. Didn't recover until the next day. Every time I've gone back to that house since, I felt an overwhelming malicious presence there. Has the effect of weighing down on everything. Kind of feels like having cotton in your ears and making everything feel super depressing. Recently, there was another development. My grandfather passed away this last semester, and my grandmother moved into the house with my parents. She's a troubled person, and she brought a lot of toxicity and conflict into the house. Last time I was there with my wife, we immediately felt something horrifyingly evil. I've always had a sensitivity to spiritual things, and it was like nothing I've felt before. I think it was feeding off the conflict in the house and making things worse. My cat, who we'd brought with us, immediately slipped into what looked like a super depressive state. She wouldn't play or anything, no matter how hard we tried. Bastards. The kicker was this. That time I decided to try something. I walked into my old room, the one tied to my traumatic experiences, and I tried to feel for any sort of extra bad energy. It was tangible. My mom and I repainted that room the last time I was down there, and it felt very cathartic. But the power was still there. Before anybody says so in the comments, I've thought about doing some stuff like sage smudging and ritual cleansing and banishing. But my parents are super conservative and would definitely think I was trying to bring evil witchcraft into the home. So that's a non-starter. On an instinct, I touched a wall in the room and immediately had violent visions reliving my trauma. Except the spirit was there, watching and seemingly gloating. It felt like it was trying to rub what happened to my face, like, look what I'm capable of, sort of a thing. My wife told me, and I went white as a sheet, and I started shaking and crying, but I don't even remember it. It behooves me here to add that I've seen several therapists about my traumatic experience, and I don't think that it was PTSD flashback, as I've mostly worked through everything and I'm pretty mentally stable now. Double parentheses. I'm relatively certain that the presence in my childhood home is evil, even demonic. I've talked to my mom, and I get the sense that she doesn't really believe me. She talked about how she prays over the house constantly, but my wife and I are pretty sure of it. I may talk to my brothers about it when I see them again. I'll be going back to the house for Thanksgiving in the next week or so I'll see them soon. When I go home again in the next week, I may make an update post, and if so, I'll link it to here as well. Let me know what y'all think, if there's anything I can really do about it. Please don't leave me alone in the dark. My boyfriend, his dog, and I just moved into our first place together. It was a duplex house, and we lived upstairs in a one-bedroom unit. We had barely lived there for a month when my boyfriend got a new job, and his new job had him working third shift. He would leave at 11:30 p.m. each night and not return home until 8:30 a.m. Prior to this, I'd never spent a night alone before. I grew up in a multi-generational household, so growing up I always had someone in the house with me. I didn't think it would be an issue, though. I'd never really been afraid of the dark, and I loved scary movies and haunted houses. The first few weeks were uneventful. My boyfriend would leave while I was asleep, and he would return as I was getting ready to go to my job. Then one night I was woken up and I felt scared. Really, really, really scared. Felt like something was standing outside my bedroom door. Looked over, saw my boyfriend was gone already. Tried to move, but I was frozen. I was unable to roll back over to look at the bedroom door, and I sensed that somebody had entered the room with me. But I hadn't heard the door open. Our dog, who slept in the living room, was going crazy, snarling and barking. Hearing my dog go crazy scared me even more. I began to panic more as I heard something banging on the bedroom door and then silence again. I don't know how long I stayed like that, minutes or hours. I eventually was able to move again. I lunged for the bedroom light and I stared at the door. Grabbed a metal bat and I flung the door open. Nothing. My dog was on the sofa and he was calm. I must have imagined it all. Laughed at myself. I was being ridiculous. I didn't tell my boyfriend about that. I figured it was a one-time occurrence. I was wrong. Every night when my boyfriend left, the same thing happened. I'd be frozen with fear as I felt something outside the bedroom door. I'd hear my dog go crazy in the living room, and I even read online that was sleep paralysis. Maybe it was all imaginary. Okay, I had nothing to fear then. I read on an online forum that the best thing to do was to relax and let your body go limp. I tried, and it worked. I would become unstuck and run for the light. The nightmare would end. The issue was, it started to come into the room and get closer and closer to me. It became harder for me to relax, though. Like this mounting fear and panic was too constant. It was pure hell. I was terrified it was going to eventually reach me. I told my boyfriend I was having nightmares and asked him to please let our dog into the room before he would leave. I didn't tell him how bad the dreams were, though. I just said, please don't forget. Please don't leave me alone in the dark. He started letting the dog in with me. The nightmare would start and my dog would be next to me and start his barking and growling. The comfort of having my dog allowed me to sort of get unfrozen immediately when the nightmare would start. The thing wouldn't get past the door before it turned on the lights, and I felt so much better. Then one night, my boyfriend woke up late and forgot to let her dog into the room with me. The nightmare started and I was alone. Realizing I was completely alone, I panicked horribly. The thing came into the room and I was frozen. I closed my eyes trying to relax, but I couldn't. It got closer and closer until it was right next to me. Suddenly, my dog burst through the door, snarling and barking. I was able to shoot out of the bed and run to the house with the dog, and my mom lives only 2 miles away, mind you. Walked with my dog at 1 a.m. all the way to her house. Me and my dog went to sleep there pretty much every night after that. My boyfriend said that we should move and see if that would help me. Got his cousin and girlfriend to move in and take over our lease. In our new place, I no longer had sleep paralysis. I was so relieved. Months later, his cousin told my boyfriend that when his girlfriend goes out of town and has to sleep alone at home, he has a scary dream where something's trying to get into the room with him. He dared his friend to sleep there alone, and the same thing happened to his friend. They made their whole friend group try it. All 5 of them said that they felt a presence. My boyfriend's cousin still lives there, but the cousin has forbade his girlfriend from leaving him home alone overnight. Saw a ghost woman when I was 6 years old and still remember her to this day. Been drinking, but I figured I might as well post a story of mine. In the past, I actually saw a ghost. Most people tend not to believe me when I tell the story. That's fine, but I figured I'd share this small story on Reddit for those who believe in ghosts. I was 6 years old and I lived with my grandparents. I remembered being a bit of a baby about sleeping in my own bed, but both my grandparents were out of town, so they told me earlier in the day to sleep in my bed if I needed anything. I need to go tell my uncle who lived there if there were any problems. Well, I got put in bed early, and I'm not exactly sure of the time, but it was before sundown. Still, I remember being frightened by having any door closed. So as a kid, I used to demand that if I was in a room, I have the doors opened, so I could see if anything was coming at me. Anyways, I woke at night and I remember being terrified. I flipped over and looked down the pitch-black hallway, staring, just waiting for something to come out. I wanted to scream for my uncle, and I got plenty of trouble for bothering him in the past, so I just sat there horrified some monster would come out. Well, I remember laying on my right side looking down the hallway. I blinked once and opened my eyes to see a translucent figure in the hallway. After confirming what I saw with my eyes, I froze in terror, trying not to scream. I didn't want this figure to see me. Just as I gained a bit of composure as best as a 6-year-old could, the figure turned me, where I could make out more of its figure. It was a woman, most likely in her early 20s. She had a longer bob haircut, donning a spaghetti-strap dress that expanded out of the bottom just above the knees. Slender outline, but I couldn't make out the color or intricate details. All I know is that she was translucent, with the only color I could make out being white, as if she was a cloud formed to like a human outlining. After I caught most of her details, she lifted her arm in a very gentle manner, did a bit of a long wave goodbye toward me, and descended down the stairs at the very edge of the hallway. I remember getting up, turning on the lights, and screaming for my uncle who had a room downstairs from me. He never came upstairs to check it out. I remember getting so worked up, but so fearful to leave my room, I just crawled under my bed and fell asleep. Anyways, figured I'd share this experience, and I was wondering if anybody saw something similar in their lives. I tell people this, like a 30-year-old man, and people with coworkers to friends, and they just laugh at me for bringing it up in the first place. Father's doppelganger. When I was in my early teens, I had a younger cousin come visit my parents' apartment to play video games. During his visit, it was only me, him, and my father. Our layout of the apartment is railroad style. Parents' bedrooms in the back, followed by mine, bathroom, kitchen, and living room. Railroad style. As my cousin and I were playing video games, I mentioned to him that if he was hungry, because I was going to the kitchen to fetch us some type of snack. So I walked to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator door, squat down, and started looking for some munchies. No longer than a few seconds after that, I just happened to look up as my father walks by and stares down at me with a look of disgust on his face, then continues to walk into the living room. I said to myself, "What's up with that dirty look?" Laugh a bit as I'm shaking my head, stand up, and just as I'm turning to walk into the living room, I say out loud, "What's your But there was no one there. Nothing, just an empty living room, standing there with a confused look on my face. Did my imagination play a trick on me? I literally just saw, like, he gave me this nasty-ass look. Now there's nobody in the living room. Go back to my bedroom, I asked my cousin if I had seen my father walk by, to which he replied no. Kinda freaked him out a little bit. So I go to my parents' bedroom, and there was my father. He was folding his clothes, and when I asked him if he had just walked by me in the living room and told me that he was in the room the entire time, then I said, "Hey, you changed your clothes." He replied back to me saying that he had been wearing his current clothes all day. Well, mark this one up as strange, because I have no explanations for it. The fight over the TV. In my teen years, I'm 40 now, I was always home alone just watching TV in my parents' living room. While channel surfing with the old cable remote, I saw that there was a good movie about to air on HBO. Excited about the prospect of watching something good on a boring Saturday evening was going to be the highlight of my night. At that time, we had a pretty set-top cable box. Or, not pretty, but we had a set-top cable box. And when you turned it on, you had to manually turn on the TV right after those old boob-tube televisions. I'm in the living room with the lights on, sitting comfortably on a beach chair when all of a sudden the TV turns off. That was odd. No big deal, so I just reach in front of me and grab the TV remote, turn it back on. Then place the remote back on the coffee table. I sit back and I get comfortable. Then, about 15 minutes later, it's turned off again. Annoyed, I pick up the remote, turn the TV back on again. I'm mostly pissed off at this point because I hate being disrupted as I'm watching something good on TV. Then, a few months later, it turns off again. Logically, I'm thinking that maybe somebody's playing a prank on me. And that has happened to me in the past, where my cousins would prank call me or do something mischievous. Then I ruled that out because I was the only person in the apartment. I thought that it could be interference from both remotes being in close proximity to one another. It's never happened before. Maybe the next door neighbor was using the same remote and somehow turned off mine. But the apartment walls are made of concrete, thick concrete. Let's just rule out every known possibility I could think of as to why this was happening. At this point, I say out loud, "Nope, this is unacceptable. I refuse to be interrupted." So I turn the TV back on, and now it's immediately shutting off. Playing tug of war here, almost as if I'm playing a video game. On, off, on, off, on, off. As fast as I'm clicking the button, it's turning right off. This goes on for several more minutes, and at this point, I get up, walk to the side of the TV, give it a whack on the side, because that's what we did with 90s technology. True. Just sitting in the living room, fighting with some unknown force over control of the TV. Then finally it stops, and I presume, or resume is what you meant, to watch my TV program. I don't know what this unknown thing was trying to prove, to fuck with me, but I wasn't backing down, and after that night, this strange experience never did happen ever again. Take a slight victory. There's something in the chateau. Background. I'm from the UK, and although I believe in spirits and the paranormal, I'm very much of the opinion that ignorance is bliss. I don't really want to know, and would rather any logical excuse than believe it's something creepy. That said, I've had a few experiences that I can't explain away. Here's one of them. My friend Chloe and I lived together during our early 20s in London, or during our early 20s. I spent a decent amount of time with Chloe's little brother Charlie, her dad and dad's girlfriend. So when they invited me for a long weekend in France with some of their friends, I was like, yes. My friend's dad had bought a chateau near Normandy a few years previously. He's great with interiors and had been renovating it since he first bought it. He had made the bedrooms downstairs livable so that everybody could make the most of it. despite it being a work in progress. The chateau and its grounds are pretty vast. It has 12 bedrooms, sits at the end of a very long gated driveway and a few acres of land. Certainly looked imposing when we pulled up, and I suppose, in a wintry day, it could have looked ominous. But in the golden autumn light, I didn't really get any bad vibes. It was my first visit, so I was given the grand tour on arrival. Chloe's dad took me from room to room, taking me through his renovation plans, opening all the shutters as he went, revealing windowsills and floors strewn with dead flies. This is pretty common occurrence in old buildings in that region, so nothing to worry about there. But it did add to that old building's feel, all the heavy drapes, wood panels, and antique furniture. It felt like we had arrived and disturbed the peace. But that feeling was short-lived as we threw open the shutters and let the sunlight warm up the house. Our bedroom was next door to Chloe's dad's. It was light and airy with twin beds separated by a dresser. Between the furthest bed and the window, a door led to an empty bathroom. It was untouched so far, and had bare floorboards, faded walls, and the fittings were years old and not even plumbed in. Chloe's dad navigated the rotten floorboards and told us about his plans for the in-suite. Through a hole in the floor, we could see into an old barn extension which he planned to eventually make into a games room. After the house tour, we drove to the supermarket, stocked up on food and drink for the weekend. We then spent the afternoon in the sunshine entertaining Charlie, whilst the older couple just caught up. With a dinner party planned for the next evening, we decided to set an early night. Ended up in the bed nearest to the bathroom bathroom door and window. This wouldn't have been my first choice, but as it was Chloe's trip with her family, I curled up and conked out. What felt like hours later, I heard Chloe whispering and giggling under her breath into my left ear. I didn't respond and rolled away from her, thinking whatever this joke was, it could wait until the morning. And as I'm settling back to sleep, it happened again. This time, my whole body prickled as I remembered my surroundings. Chloe was to my right, separated by a dresser. To my left was the bathroom door. What the literal fuck? I called out to Chloe, who is usually a heavy sleeper. She was already half awake as she thought she was hearing whispering and thought I was on the phone or something. We pushed an armchair in front of the empty bathroom door, and for all the good that could possibly do, then we moved our beds together. As spooked as I was, I didn't feel a great sense of foreboding. Whatever it was seemed to be sort of teasing rather than deeply having something sinister, so eventually we fell back asleep. The next day we mentioned it to her dad, who laughed it off, and that was that. Later that day was the dinner party. This event could form a crazy story of its own in another thread, but not sure if it was down to the free-flowing champagne or the bad juju in the house, but there were lots of arguments that night. However, no more whispers. So we had a good night's sleep, forgot all about the previous night. Fast forward to our last day. Chloe's dad and company decided to walk to the nearby village for a drink. We decided to stay behind and get ready for dinner. I went and hopped into the shower upstairs, whilst Chloe had a fag outside. The bathroom door has a glass panel, and the shower screen is all glass. As I was setting up the shower, I had a horrible and overwhelming sense that someone was behind me. He had a shower, or rather had the shower had a curtain. Whoop. They're writing a little crazy. I wouldn't have had the guts to pull it back and take a look. That's how strong the feeling was when there was something there. I took a deep breath, turned to look toward the door, and as I did, a shadow passed as if someone had been walking along the corridor. I was trying to think logically and calm myself down, but internally I was losing my shit. So I called out, "Chloe!" No answer. Grabbed my towel, grabbed my phone, called Chloe's mobile. She was locking up downstairs. She thought it was the safest thing to do to lock up if we were both upstairs and we had hair dryers on. I preferred to have not been locked outside rather than inside. What? Chloe came running upstairs as I was running across the landing, and we flew into our bedroom, slamming the door. I calmly explained what I had seen and felt, and she started freaking out, begging me to admit that I was winding her up, and I wasn't. At this point, we're holding on to each other and becoming more and more hysterical. Then we heard a clatter against the window. We screamed. We were 25-year-old logical women, not pre-teens watching a horror film, but we were unleashing fully dramatic, terrified screams. We held hands and looked out the window. Her dad was there throwing stones because he was locked out. They'd walked up to the village and the bar was closed, so they'd come straight back to find Chloe had locked the back doors. I was so relieved that they weren't alone anymore and felt instantly better, even though her dad told us off for screaming and scaring Charlie. We went home the next day without any further drama. So I hope it was our minds playing tricks on us. Despite an open invite to go back whenever we like, we have not been. We've floated the idea of going back with our boyfriends in a larger group, and we've always found a reason to go somewhere else. She's watching you. I used to work in a residential care home. The care home has capacity for around 30 residents set over 4 floors. At the time of my experience, the upstairs was being renovated at a capacity, so some rooms were empty. I never worked night shifts, only late shifts, which finished around 9:30 p.m. During winter, it becomes dark early, around 4:30 p.m. The late shift feels lonelier when it's dark and the manager's kitchen staff and extra carers leave at around 6. 3 carers would stay, 1 do meds, 1 do baths, 1 do the tea trolley and bedtime assistance. This particular day felt unsettled. The weather had been so miserable and it was dark and gray all day, with thunder and lightning just setting on. Most of the residents went back to their rooms straight after dinner instead of sitting in the lounge like usual. That night I was doing the tea trolley and the bed assistance. I set up in the kitchen, I split off from the other girls, they went to the other end of the house. I was knocking on the rooms, delivering tea and biscuits and having a little chat as I went along. A little while into the tea round, an assistant's buzzer goes off in an upstairs room. Parked the trolley and ran up. The resident was complaining that somebody had closed their door. Closing the doors required somebody to remove the kickstop, which are pretty stiff. I assumed that this resident had been sort of just pottering around and set it off. So I reset it, checked he was happy, nipped back down to where I'd left the trolley, and it was gone. I was thinking one of the girls had finished their rotation unusually quickly, and we'd picked up the trolley, and I went to answer another buzzer. I popped my head around the door to explain that I'd shortly helped this resident into bed, and this lovely lady was sitting there, sort of blocked into her armchair by the tea trolley, helping herself to biscuits, saying that the lady with the black hair whizzed it in and left it there. Everybody present that night was blonde, gray, or bald. No one had black hair. The residents on that particular floor, they all had very limited mobility and used walkers. Couldn't think of a single resident who could have moved the trolley. The staff wouldn't have due to safety risks. I finished the tea round, bumped into the other girls, and told them about it. We all agreed that it was strange. I finished the teas, then went upstairs to help a lady, May, into bed. May had dementia and would often talk a little bit incoherently. I was smiling and chatting with her, popping her pajamas on and pulling down the bed. Then May took out her teeth, pulled a really strange expression and said, "She's watching you. The little girl behind you." All the while staring over my shoulder into the dark corner of the room. Ugh. I have experience with dementia patients and didn't show that this had flustered me, and just carried on putting her to bed without turning around. Mary carried on, and she says, "She knows all about you. She's moved my chair, she's watching you." Then she laughed and laughed as if they were, in on some sort of a joke. I didn't turn to look in the direction of May's chair. My bad for not acknowledging her at this point, and carried on to getting her comfortable. Left the room without glancing back in the direction May was staring in. Every hair in my body stood on end. I tried to shake it off, and I carried on with my shift. The next hour was uneventful. A few residents popped their heads out and asked if everything was okay, as they had heard footsteps running around. I said it was probably us going back and forth. Finally, at 9 p.m., I sat down with the girls and we had a bit of a joke about how weird the shift has been. With that, a buzzer went off. We glanced up to see which room it was. It wasn't a room that we had recognized. Get to know every room number attached to each resident. We looked at each other a little bit confused. My colleague ran into the office, consulted the floor plan, and said, "It's the top floor bathroom. Isn't that being renovated?" Didn't even think that was wired in. Anyone up there? Two of us went up together in case somebody had gone wandering. Unlikely, as the residents in that part of the house needed support mobilizing and new rooms were empty. We both had goosebumps as we walked up the stairs. The beep, beep, beep of the buzzer felt like it was counting her steps. The hall lights were on dimly, but we couldn't see any light coming from under the bathroom door. The unfilled rooms along the corridor seemed really dark and empty. Pushed the door open, pulled the light switch. My stomach flipped. In the middle of a totally empty bathroom was May's chair. We turned the buzzer off and went downstairs to finish her shift. All of us felt quite shaken, and were glad to clock off when the night shift arrived. To this day, we have no explanation. The residents at the time wouldn't have been physically able to pull off these pranks, and there was no visitors on the premise that evening. There were definitely a few regular ghosts and spirits that made themselves visible to the residents and night staff, including the little red-headed girl. I'll likely write about these other ones sometime. Usually it's comforting to know that the residents feel family or spirits around. But that evening it definitely felt like they were trying to spook us, and I'm so glad I didn't see anything. Saved by Guardian Angel. This happened last year, and lately it's been on my mind a lot. I wanted to share it here. So one day last year, my fiancé Michael and I were attempting to fix my car. The plastic shield on the bottom of the car had come loose, was dragging on the ground. So we're in his dad's driveway, and we had the front tires in the car up on ramps. We crawled under the car with some zip ties to see if we could fix the plastic thing. Now, this is an important part to remember. Both Michael and I are fat. So, not just fat, but physically out of shape. Took a lot of time and effort for us to get on the ground and shimmy under the car. While we're under the car trying to figure out where the zip tie thing is, we hear tires screeching. Then all these loud bangs and booms. Obviously a pretty bad car wreck, but the sounds didn't stop. Kept getting louder and closer. Michael was lying to my right where the sounds were coming from. He looks over and then he turns back to me and yells, "Get out!" And then he's gone. Just disappeared. The next thing I know, I'm standing next to the car that I was just under and made eye contact with the lady that was driving. At this point, time slowed down. I remember her eyes wide with surprise when she saw me, then swerved away from me, and I remember running away to get further away from her, but I was never in direct path with her car. In fact, I remember being scared when she swerved away from me. She might turn and hit Michael. I had no idea where he was. Michael ended up far away from the car on the other side. Turns out the lady had lost control of the car while making a turn too fast, then panicked and kept accelerating. She totaled her first car and she totaled the first car that she hit, which was the next door neighbors. Then hit their pickup, crashed through the fence between the houses, hit my car, finally Michael's dad's SUV. She was still accelerating when her bumper just got caught on the SUV's bumper. It was what stopped her from going into the house. Michael and I didn't have a scratch. Nothing. Not even a bruise or any sores or aches. But Michael and I aren't fit or in shape, like I said, and there was no way that we could have gotten out in time because when Michael said that he saw the car coming, it was already through the fence. That's only maybe 20 feet from the car that we were under, and the lady was flying. When we talked about it later, we both realized we remember everything about the accident vividly. Every detail except getting out from under the car. No memory of turning, scooting, rolling, or nothing. 1 second we're under it, and next we're out. Completely different spots. I wasn't even out of breath, and in fact I was completely calm through the whole thing. But if we rolled or scooted out from the car as fast as we needed to, we should have definitely had some scrapes at least. Maybe a little bit sore from moving faster than we've ever physically moved. But we were fine. No memory of getting out. I think someone or something moved us, or maybe we did the first teleportation. Anyway, for anybody who read the whole thing, thank you. I'd like to know what you think about all this. Well, I don't know. Either or. Not sold in any direction. Because when you think you're going to die, time moves fast or slow. Touched by a ghost. It's because I've experiences brushing with the paranormal. Something gets triggered. There's a common thread to these things. Through lines that ring clear as a bell to me. This is my first time posting here, but I have a dozen or so of these incidents and I'd like to share them. I don't usually have time to be writing, so it could take years to get it all out. With that said, I choose this story as my first to tell. In 2007, I toured the eastern U.S. in a punk band. We never stayed in hotels, as those are out of our budget. Instead, we spoke with people at our shows to find a house that wouldn't mind, or, 4 dudes sleeping in their living room for a night. It was never comfortable, but it got us to the next day. We made sure to be quiet, courteous, and gracious to our hosts. It was early April in Buffalo, New York. A young hipster couple told us that they'd recently purchased a 12-bedroom house downtown. But anybody sane would call a mansion. They'd only really moved into the kitchen, living room, and one of the bedrooms. They picked out 2 rooms for us because they were closest to the kitchen and nearby bathroom. I'm sure they didn't trust newly met strangers fumbling around in the dark nethers of a house that they themselves were unfamiliar with. My guitarist Adam and I were put into a room share. We slept on the floor, each with our own blanket and pillow. A red LED clock was plugged into the floor for us as well. There were no curtains on the windows, and the room was illuminated by an orange glow of the sodium streetlights outside. I woke to feeling my foot being held up about a foot above the floor. Upon opening my eyes, I saw in the glow of the streetlights a little girl holding my foot and smiling. I looked at the clock. 2:38 a.m. I looked back at her, still smiling. Pulled my foot away and she put her finger on her lip and looked shy. Not taking my eyes off of her, I began elbowing Adam. Adam, wake up! He's stirring, but not as much as with how I would like. I need to know his eyes are open, so I turn from her to him. He looks at me confused and kind of pissed off. What? I point toward my feet and look, and she's gone. Our door is still closed, the room has no closet, no furniture to hide behind, no shadows cast by anything. What? Adam is mad. I realized speaking about any more about this right now at least isn't going to get anywhere good. So I just said never mind. Adam rolls off in sort of a huff and goes back to sleep. I lay there thinking it over. The couple never mentioned having children, but maybe they did. I tried to rationalize it. Okay, so they have this 8-year-old daughter and they just moved into an old mansion. There's still unpacked boxes in the place, and Mom and Dad leave her home alone in this place to see some bands play a dive bar and invite one of the bands to stay with them. They don't mention the daughter to the band, or presumably the band to the daughter. And then she awakens and decides to explore this new giant house in the darkness, opens the door to a room that nobody was using, and finds 2 strange adult men sleeping on the floor. Then chooses to lift up one of their feet and smile at them like a creep until he wakes up. And the second he looks away from her, quickly and silently exit the room, closing the door behind her without so much as a click. That seems creepier than a ghost, and that kept me up. The next morning, I see the couple and I ask them, "Hey, do y'all have a kid?" They responded with, "No, but we have a dog, a husky." "Okay, well," I start, "but he won't go into that room you guys slept in." I left it at that. I explained what happened to Adam once we were back in the van, and he said that was totally a ghost. They had no idea that they could touch people. I think the abandoned house of a mean old lady in my town is haunted. So in my town is an old house that's been abandoned and boarded up for a good 30 years after the old tenant died, and the council boarded up the house, seeing she didn't have anyone to give it to according to word from my dad. My dad says he remembers this woman as being mean and cranky, and is one who'd yell at kids for walking past her in the later years and would yank her curtain open and glare out. Reminds me of the lady from Donnie Darko. Today I was walking down past that house to meet my stepdad after helping my mom with their Girl Guides group, so it dropped me off at the train station. And I'll start by saying this. The wind was blowing at the side of me closest to the house. One board was broken about a month or two ago, leaving the house open to be seen into. So probably druggy, dumb teen, squatter, or homeless person. The window is also pretty deep. At least a foot inwards of it, seeing as one of the older houses in town, so there wouldn't have been no modern heating systems. As I passed, I coughed slightly, and that's when it happened. Some unnameable force yanked the curtain. It wasn't one of those wind-blowing-it moments, especially because the window was that deep and the curtain was not too far back. Also, the movement was completely wrong for it to be that. It wasn't swaying or fluttering. No, this was something different, like an angry person tugging it aside. I didn't stop to see who or what it was, but I began to run. I wasn't stopping to see what was coming out of there. I didn't want to. I haven't run so hard in all my life. I stopped where I'd meet my stepdad and looked back up the path and realized to my horror that nobody was standing on the path or going in or out of the house. You never know what you're walking into. To start with, I've studied the paranormal on and off for over 50 years. I believe what I'm writing about happened to both my wife and myself back in 2012. We lived in a mobile home at the time. From the time we moved in, my wife complained constantly about seeing the shadow of an old woman going from the kitchen to her bedroom, which was in the back of the trailer. I never saw the shadow the whole time we stayed there. We started hearing banging sounds in the laundry room. It was next to the kitchen. We only heard them at night. I found out that cats were under the trailer making the noise. I secured around the outside of the trailer and the noises stopped. Those noises anyway. A few days later I started hearing heavy walking outside her bedroom. I'd get up and the noise would stop. I could find no reason for the noise. I looked outside for a cause and I found nothing. Then the flies started. We came home one day and we found hundreds of flies around the inside of the window across from the kitchen. Sprayed and killed them, but the next day they'd be back. We fought this on and off all through the winter. During this time, my wife started telling me that she had the feeling like somebody was watching her. One day I had walked outside. My wife was still in the kitchen finishing up dishes. Suddenly she felt somebody blow gently on the back of her neck. She screamed and ran to the door, but she pulled on it and it wouldn't open. Then she heard what sounded like an old woman giggling. She started pounding on the door and screaming for me. I was by the car and I heard her. I ran open the door and she hugged me breathing hard and she told me what happened. Left to give her a chance to calm down. We came back and her neighbor was standing outside. As we were talking to her, she told us that we were not the first owners to experience this. Others that have lived in the trailer experienced similar things. Also, she told us that an old woman that lived on a lot of different trailers than the one we lived in was also farther back in the lot. She told us that the old woman died after her trailer caught on fire. She was burned up. After hearing this, we went into the trailer. I was a believer in Jesus Christ, so I declared his name loudly in the kitchen and told whatever entity to leave in the name of Jesus. After that, things seemed to calm down for a while at least. A few weeks later, we came home, found hundreds of dead flies around the same window. Not knowing what to think, we cleaned them up and went on. A few days later, my wife at work and I had the day off, and I decided to take a nap. Later that afternoon, I woke up and walked out to the living room and found the glass top of her coffee table shattered. Glass was all over the living room like something had been violently thrown through it. There was no evidence of this at least under the coffee table. There was nothing heavy on the coffee table that could have caused it. Stunned for a few seconds, I evoked the name of Jesus again. After that, nothing else happened. A few weeks later, we moved out. See ya.